Rubber and Ramada room welcomes all. Thanks for stopping by, answering the call. Ups and downs are normal for some of us. Many days I beg to get off this life bus. Neon lights flicker, no shadow on the wall. Dreams on the ceiling, we run and then we fall. Sharing stories over paper cups. Wheels keep turning but never enough. Life's a ride on a rickety old track. Holding on tight, never looking back. In the rubber and Ramada room we confide. Laugh, cry, love in this crazy ride. Dusty postcards from the edge of nowhere. Heartbeats echo in the electric air. We dance on tables without to wait. Cry in the rubber and Ramada room, we're all high.
Well, hello. Welcome in, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon. It is 3 o'clock. It is October 22nd. I don't even know what day it is. It is Wednesday. And 80s has already walked through the chat. He's shown his feet. We know he's been here. Welcome in. We are going to start day 2. I'm having issues. I'm having big issues. Let me tell y'all why. Let me explain to y'all. See, some of these trials I look forward to, and then I get in the middle of doing something else and doing another trial or something. And yeah, here I am wanting to watch a different trial on another channel. I have my own trial that I'm trying to play and show. So my dilemma this morning is I'm watching Julio Fulio trial, which I have decided this trial that I'm doing right now, this Susan Lorincz is supposedly a 4-day trial. So by the early part of next week, we should be finished with this one. Today's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And I may throw something together. Y'all know me. I'm an iffy weekend person. Yeah, so I think come Monday or Tuesday, we're going to pick up that Julio Fulio and speed trial that shit and get caught up because, man, it's an interesting trial so far. And it just started today. So with that, we'll do a quick review of what we know so far. Susan is a bitchy neighbor. I'll just tell you how it is. I'll tell you in rubber Ramada terms. She's a bitchy neighbor. She doesn't like kids. And hi, we have a guest. You want up? Come here. You say hi? You can say hi? Okay. Here. Okay. All right. I know. You just want to get up here and give your lovin's. Okay. Can you go now so mommy can finish? Yeah, maybe? Okay. Anyways, so yeah, she's not the best mom we don't know that she's a mom. She doesn't like children. She doesn't like children on her property. She doesn't she's, in my terms, a cranky old lady. Kids are going to be kids. We should respect their boundaries and their space. And the fact that the kids are out there playing in a field being kids shouldn't be frowned upon. And they should have never been put in the position they were put in. And I have very deep emotions to the fact that these children were so mentally distraught with all this. So anyways, with that, hey Muffins, what's up? How you doing? Yeah. So that's all I have to say about that. Not a lot today. I don't have a lot to say today. We're just going to jump in though. We're going to jump into day 2. And let's see, we boost the sound. We're going to start off with the doctor on the stand, I think.
Yes. Thank you.
Let me do my sound adjustment.
Nothing plugged in right now.
Move my keyboard, get everything adjusted. Having a wild day today. I slept late. I didn't get up until after 1 o'clock. So we were running out of time to cook the bacon.
Raise your right hand.
Uh-oh.
Swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Somebody turn your cell phone off, sir.
Have a seat. Just want to remind everyone to turn your cell phones off, okay?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Shane Dell Norford.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Where are you currently employed?
I did not catch her name. Shane
What do you do
Norford.
for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Where are you currently employed?
I work with my own consulting company currently.
You're with where, I'm sorry?
My own consulting company.
Okay, and what do you do in that consulting company?
I do forensic pathology work, expert witness work, as well as medical malpractice cases.
Where did you work before your consulting?
The District 5 medical
I don't know why or how I can fix this, but my closed captions are like faded looking, and I don't know how to. Oh, here we go. Options. Here we go. Font color, background color. Give me just a second. I'm trying to figure out why. There we go. That's what it was. That's what it is. I got it. Man, these things were making me crazy. The fact that I couldn't read them, they were all faded.
examiner's
It was-
office in Leesburg.
How long did you work there?
2.5 years.
From what period of time?
Between 2021 and the end of 2023.
Can you describe to the jury your educational background and experience that allows you to do forensic pathology?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from the University of the Virgin Islands, a Master's degree in Criminal Justice from Kaplan University. I have a medical degree from Boston University School of Medicine. I completed a 4-year combined residency program in clinical pathology and anatomic pathology from Orlando Regional Medical Center, after which I completed a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office. And I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
As a medical examiner, what were your duties? What did you do on a day-to-day basis?
Sure, on a daily basis, I perform forensic autopsies, determine cause and manner of death, review toxicology reports, and approve cremations.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in Florida?
I am.
All right. You mentioned a couple terms. First, pathology. What is that?
Pathology is the study of disease by definition.
You mentioned clinical pathology.
Sure.
What is that?
So clinical pathology is the study of disease based on the analysis of liquid tissues, so blood, urine, laboratory medicine in the general sense.
And I think you then mentioned anatomical pathology. What is that?
So anatomical pathology is the study of disease based on the examination of solid tissues. So we're looking at organs, any biopsies, and it also includes some autopsies as well.
And finally, you mentioned the term forensic pathology. What is that?
So forensic pathology is a branch of pathology that deals with performing forensic autopsies and determining the cause and manner of death from those autopsies.
Can you estimate about how many autopsies you performed in your career?
Over 3,000.
You said you were board certified in certain areas. First, what areas are you board certified in?
Sure. Clinical pathology, anatomic pathology, and forensic pathology.
And what is involved in becoming board certified? What does that mean?
So you first have to complete a certain amount of training requirements. In this case, I probably did 5 years of additional training on top of medical school. After fulfilling certain requirements, you have to take several examinations and pass them as well.
Can you describe for the jury what an autopsy is and what it involves?
Sure. An autopsy involves examination of a body of somebody who's deceased. So you're examining the body from head to toe, front to back. You're noting everything from the color of the eyes, the color of the hair, any scars, any tattoos, any unusual marks. You're also noting any injuries or diseases that you find as you go along.
Have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in the field of forensic pathology in court before?
I have
Can you estimate about how many times?
around 45 or 50.
I'd ask that this witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the field of forensic pathology.
Any objection of our dyer?
No objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow her to testify in form of opinion, sir.
Thank you. I want to direct your attention to June 3rd of 2023. Did you perform an autopsy on a woman named Ajike Owens?
I did.
How did Miss Owens' body arrive to the medical examiner's office?
So we got a call from law enforcement about a shooting that occurred. In this case, she had already been transported to the hospital. So after we got a call, investigation took all the information, and then her body was later transported from the hospital to our office.
And where is the office of medical examiner located in the 5th District?
It's in Leesburg.
Is a unique case number assigned to each autopsy that is performed by the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
What was the autopsy number associated with the autopsy of Miss Owens?
It was ME23-1380.
How old was Miss Owens?
She was 35.
How tall was she?
5 feet 7 inches,
And how much did she weigh?
293 pounds.
During the course of the autopsy that you performed, were photographs taken of Miss Owens as well as the injuries that you noticed on her?
Yes, photographs were taken.
Showing the marked states of Y for identification. Take a look at that item, the photos in it, see if you recognize them.
You know, again, talking about
Yes, I do.
Generally,
how young, yesterday we had all discussed kind of how young all these people look and stuff. This lady looks really young too to be a medical examiner and be doing autopsies. She looks awfully young.
what are those photos?
So the autopsy photos taken at the time of the examination.
Now, do they fairly accurately depict the Miss Owens as well as her injuries and items you may recover from her body?
They do.
It's time to state move Y into evidence as 16, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States why
80s, I come by a lot. I just don't ever put stuff in chat. I'm a football fan. I love watching football. So, yeah, I always stop by. I just don't always put anything in the chat, but I always give you a thumbs up, dude. I like it. It's something fun and different, and we all need that in our life.
unanimous is states number
Thank
16.
you for coming by.
You may have access to the TV.
I put it on there, but they had something else on there. Make sure you got what you want on there.
Plugged in. Your Honor, if you could take that off 1 second and try to fix it.
Yeah.
It's plugged in and hard.
Uh-oh, technical issues.
While Mr. Smith is working on that, Doctor, during the autopsy, was law enforcement present?
In this case, they weren't.
Okay. Did you see any evidence of medical treatment on Miss Owens' body?
Yes, she had several pieces of medical evidence. She had defibrillator pads on her chest. She also had an intravenous catheter in one of her legs as well.
If I can go a little old school.
Must be
Photograph
cool in
1
that
of stage
courtroom.
16. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
And is that the person that you performed the autopsy upon?
it is.
Did you locate any injuries to Miss Owens' hand during the course of the autopsy?
Yes.
Describe the injury that you located.
So she had a superficial injury, what we call an abrasion, to the right hand.
We're at right here,
So
hanging on
photograph
the
2 of
door.
stage 16, does that represent the injury that you noticed?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe the injury to the jury?
So the injury was pink purple in color, superficial, meaning it was just like a superficial part of the skin that was injured, nothing deeper.
Not considered life-threatening injury.
No, it was not.
Is the appearance of the injury, in your opinion, consistent with being caused by a projectile or a graze from a projectile?
It's not.
Why not?
So with projectile wounds or graze wound, you have certain characteristics. For instance, a graze wound is a wound that's caused from the projectile scraping over your skin. With those wounds, it tends to be like more elongated, and you tend to have what's called skin tags pointing in the direction that the projectile is coming from. With, say, an entrance-type gunshot wound, it's more like round, regular, punched out. And in this case, it's only one superficial wound. Like I said, there's nothing deeper, so there's no penetration at all.
Could you tell based on the appearance of the injury whether the injury was fresh or had begun healing?
It was fresh.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as far as what could have caused that injury?
It could have caused by several things. Maybe her hand hitting the floor as she fell, or maybe something from the door, something hitting her hand.
Did you locate a gunshot wound on Miss Owens?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute, but in your opinion, the injury to her right wrist was not consistent with the gunshot wound, correct?
Correct.
I understand. Did you also take x-rays of Miss Owens' body prior to performing the autopsy?
Yes, we did.
And why is that done?
We take X-rays to see whether or not there are projectiles within the person, and if there is projectile, then we want to know where the projectile is located. That way, we can access the projectile easily while doing the autopsy.
Show me photograph 3 of state 16. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And do you notice the projectile in the x-ray?
It's hard to see actually. I can't see from that.
Is that better?
Yes, I can see it now.
Okay. And where is that on the photograph? That's about to show. Did you wait a second? Where was
So it's on the right abdomen area.
Okay. My finger located where it is?
Yes.
Okay. And what we're looking at is a kind of a white object type area in the x-ray?
Correction. Yes, correct.
Did you locate a corresponding gunshot wound on Miss Owens' body?
Yes, I did.
Where is that located?
It was on the right side of the chest.
Show me photograph 4 of state 16. What is this photograph?
That shows the entrance gunshot wound on the right chest.
And can you point yourself where that was located?
Sure. So it's about right here.
And can you tell by the appearance of the gunshot wound whether it's an entrance wound or exit wound?
Yes, I
How
can.
can you tell that?
So entrance gunshot type wounds are more what we call regular, somewhat round or a little ovoid. They tend to be more punched out, whereas exit gunshot wounds are typically irregular, almost like the projectile tearing the skin as it exits.
Did you find an exit wound?
There was none.
Is that consistent with the x-ray showing the presence of projectile inside of her body?
It is.
Did you locate any soot around the entrance wound?
There was none.
Okay, and what is meant by soot and why is that significant?
So soot is completely burned gunpowder. It's almost like dust. It's dust-like, so it wipes off easily. And when soot is present, it tells us that it's a close gunshot wound within 6 inches.
Did you locate any what's called stippling around the entrance wound of the gunshot?
There was none.
What is stippling?
So stippling, it's unburnt gunpowder particles now. And with stippling, it tends to have like bigger particles causing superficial injury to the skin. And it's more permanent. We call it tattooing because it looks like little black marks around the wound. And you tend to see stippling with intermediate range gunshot wounds. So from like 6 inches to about 2.5 feet.
Would you expect to find any soot or stippling in the entrance wound of this gunshot if she was shot through a door?
I would not, because in this case, there was an intermediate target. So any soot or stippling would actually be on the door and not on her.
And you're not saying there would be soot or stippling on the door, but if it was going to be there, it would be on the door as opposed to in her body.
Correction, because it depends on the range of fire from the door.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury the damage that the projectile caused as it entered her body and proceeded through it?
Sure. So the projectile entered the right side of the chest. It then hit the 4th rib, after which it went through her right lung. It went through the heart. It went through the esophagus. It also went through the aorta, after which it went through the diaphragm, the spleen, and it was recovered from the left lower abdomen area.
Can you describe the path of travel the projectile took?
Sure. So it went from right to left and downward.
Can you point where the projectile was actually located?
Sure. Can I stand?
Yes, ma'am.
So entrance was here, and the projectile was found on this area.
Now, I know you see on TV all the time that medical examiners are
I will pause to say welcome in. Hello, Denise. Hello, Cindy. Thank you for being here.
able to say exactly how the person's position when the person shot. Can you do that?
Not in this case, because there's so many factors that come into play. Without knowing the position that the shooter was in, how tall the shooter is, the position of the hand and the gun, you can't really say that.
We just started. She is the nice lady that did the autopsy. She's a pathologist. And she's saying that there was an injury on her right hand that was superficial, that really didn't mean anything. The other really thing that she had said, that there was no law enforcement present during the autopsy, which I kind of found that strange, because usually they always have law enforcement available when they do autopsies. And the gunshot wound was an entrance on the right side of her chest, but there was no exit. And they showed, they didn't show us, but they did show the jury x-rays of her with the projectile still inside of her. And they did say that she was 35 years old, 5'7" and 293 pounds.
Did you recover the projectile that we saw in the x-ray from her body?
Yes, it was recovered.
Can you explain how you did that?
Sure. So while we're doing the autopsy, I'm noting the injuries as I go along. And from the x-ray, I have an approximate location of the projectile should be. So you can see I'm looking at the injuries, and then I follow the path of the projectile until I could actually find the projectile. It's not always easy to find unless we have to dig a bit deeper. But in this case, it was like in the left abdominal wall. And after which we retrieved it and submitted it as evidence.
Showing what's been introduced as photograph 5 of state 16. What's the show?
That's a projectile.
Is that the one you recovered from?
Yes.
Showing us the marked stations of the Z for identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What letter did you say?
Z.
Z.
What is that?
So this is the envelope with my signature and with the projectile is.
Can you open that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the
I
contents?
can. So yes, I do. It's a projectile inside the envelope.
And what is it?
A projectile.
Is it the same, substantially the same condition as when you collected it from Ms. Owens' body?
It is.
This time state would move Z as in zebra into evidence as 17.
No objection, Your Honor.
So objection, Z will be evidence as states number 17.
Except for the injury to her right wrist and the gunshot wound, did you see any other evidence of fresh trauma to Ms. Owens' body?
There was none.
Was a toxicology screen done on Ms. Owens?
Yes, one was performed.
And what are you looking for when you do that?
She would have been for any drugs or substances in the body.
What were the results of that toxicology screen?
Her screen was completely negative.
Completely negative, meaning no alcohol, no drugs, nothing in her system.
Correct.
Are you getting, you anticipate being paid for your time here today, correct?
Correct.
And any work that you've done to prepare for trial?
Correct.
What do you charge an hour?
For criminal cases, 300 per hour.
And about how many hours have you devoted to this case since you left the medical examiner's office?
So, including trial prep, doing my own, and including driving here, which is about like 2 hours each way. So it's probably around 5.5 to 6 hours.
And when you worked for the medical examiner's office and actually performed the autopsy, you were getting paid because you were a state employee for your salary, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now that you left, you're entitled to be paid for the time since you've left.
Yes, correct.
Fair enough. Thank you, Doctor. No other questions, Your Honor.
Before we have cross-examination, I want to remind everybody in the courtroom, your phone needs to be off. Unless you're a member, a credentialed member of the media. Please do not text from the courtroom. If I see you texting from the courtroom or appearing to be texting from the courtroom, your phone's going to be seized and returned to you at the end of the session. Just fair warning to everybody, okay? Cross-examination.
We must have had a phone ringing and I didn't hear it. But when we first started, right before they started going over this witness, somebody's I think it was the defense attorney. Was the defense attorney? One of them, their phone started ringing and they were like, oh, and silenced it real quick. So there must have been another one. Yep. Them phones are going to get you in trouble.
Sure.
Judge, I just had a couple other questions before we commit.
Yes, sir.
Did you determine the cause of death in this case?
I did.
What was it?
So the cause of death is a gunshot wound of the torso.
What was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning.
Hi,
Nice
good
to see
morning.
you again.
Likewise.
Miss Owens was 35 years old when she passed away. Is that right?
Yes, she was.
And based on the autopsy that you did on her, she was well developed and well nourished when she passed, right?
Correct.
She seemed healthy and strong based on your autopsy. Is that right?
Yes, she was.
She weighed 293 pounds at autopsy, right?
Yes.
Which means that's what she weighed when she passed away, right?
Correct.
And she was 5'7" at autopsy, right?
Yes.
Now, you have no idea what caused the abrasion to her right hand, is that right?
So I'll say it's a blunt force injury. So something, I guess it's some kind of blunt force trauma, maybe like her striking a hard surface or something else striking her.
See,
The trajectory.
see, I had Hi, buddy. Hi. Hi. I know, because you come say hi, she's got to come interrupt. I'm sorry, Meat. I'm sorry she did that to you. That was rude. Lola, you're rude. But I had said that before when they were talking about the injury to her hand. They're just saying that it's a superficial wound. But does that mean that it's from where she was banging on the door? I don't know exactly where it is on her hand. They haven't exactly said. So I was kind of curious about that too. So we're going to rewind just a touch, because I mean, not that it makes a difference. I'd probably break up, hey, not my pinky finger. That's why it's all crooked, because I broke it hitting a window. I hit the frame of a window because I was pissed off. So, it happens.
Is that right?
So I'll say it's a blunt force injury. So something, I guess it's some kind of blunt force trauma, maybe like her striking a hard surface or something else striking her.
The trajectory of the gunshot wound was downward, is that right?
Yes, it was.
And the projectile entered her body in her right chest,
Yes.
and it traveled from right to left, is that right?
Correct.
In a downward angle.
Correct.
There's no way that you can tell us if the projectile going through the ribs and organs it went through, whether that influenced the trajectory, correct?
It could. The rib is a bone, so it could slightly change the angle of the projectile.
But you can't tell us with any amount of certainty.
Correct.
You can tell us that Miss Owens was most likely in an upright position when she was shot, but nothing else in regard to her position, is that right?
Correct.
And you cannot tell us if she was right or left or anything like that, correct?
I can't.
Now, because there was a door between the gun and Miss Owens, you can't tell us how far the gun was from Miss Owens, is that right?
I cannot.
Not without looking at the door, right?
Correct.
And you haven't looked at the door,
I have
correct?
not.
You testified that the manner of death is homicide, right?
Yes, I did.
And the term homicide and the way you are using it is a medical term, not a legal term, correct?
Correct.
In the medical community, homicide refers to a death occurring by the hands of another, right?
It is.
So in other words, by saying homicide in this case, you were saying that someone else shot Miss Owens, correct?
Yes.
It wasn't suicide or anything like that, right?
Correct.
This medical determination does not answer legally if a manslaughter occurred, right?
Correct.
This medical determination does not answer legally if a crime occurred, correct?
Correct.
This medical determination does not answer if legally this occurred because an individual was acting in self-defense, right?
Correct.
This medical determination does not answer if legally this occurred because an individual was standing their ground, correct?
Correct.
Punching, kicking, and/or hitting another individual with fists and other parts of the body can cause great bodily harm, is that right?
Repeat that question.
Anytime punching, kicking, and/or hitting another individual with fists and other parts of the body can cause great bodily harm, right?
It can.
Especially if the person being hit has medical infirmities and is older, correct?
It can. It depends.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Did you redirect?
No questions, Your Honor.
Be excused?
Jeez.
Have a nice day, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you ever solve the issue of the screen? I just want the record to reflect what was on the screen. There was nothing objectionable on the screen. It was just basically a blank screen with a state logo. So I turned it off, but there's nothing on there other than a blank screen and a logo. And that was it, a state logo. So just so the record's clear. I'm ready whenever you are.
Jamie Williamson.
I do not have why.
All right. Was that enough?
I do.
I'll get it later.
My name is Jamie Williamson.
And where are you employed, Ms. Williamson?
I'm employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement out of the Jacksonville Regional Operations Center.
How long have you been employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I've been employed there since January of 2008.
What is your position at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Currently, I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section.
What are your duties as a senior crime laboratory firearms analyst?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear her name, y'all.
You swear or affirm that the testimony about you is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I'll get it later.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Jamie Williamson.
And where are you employed, Ms. Williamson?
I'm employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement out of the Jacksonville Regional Operations Center.
How long have you been employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I've been employed there since January of 2008.
What is your position at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Currently, I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section.
What are your duties as a senior crime laboratory firearms analyst?
I do microscopic comparisons of fired ammunition components, so fired bullets, cartridge case, shot shells. I compare them to each other, as well as to if I have a firearm, I can test fire that for operability and to make test fires that I can compare those test fires to anything collected from an evidence,
How long-
from a crime scene.
Yes, ma'am. How long have you been in that role at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I've been a senior analyst, since October of 2022, and I've been an analyst in the firearms section since March of 2018.
Can you briefly describe to the jury your educational background, ma'am, and your training experience for your position in the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I have a bachelor's in cellular molecular biology, and I have
That's a weird freeze screen, guys. I don't know what's going on. Hold, please.
my master's in criminal justice. I began my career with FDLE, or the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, in January of 2008 in the firearms section. I was a forensic technologist, where my primary duties were testing firearms for functionality, just making sure they worked. And then I could enter said test fires into what is called the NIBIN database. It's basically an electronic database that holds all these images of fired cartridge cases, and it can connect, other crimes to each other. So it's an investigative tool. And I was in that role until July of 2009, when I was promoted to crime laboratory analyst in the crime scene section with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And I was in that role until I made the change to a laboratory analyst in the firearms section in March of 2018, where I began my training. And it was an 18-month program where it was a lot of readings, a lot of hand-on trainings and practicals, oral assessments, written assessments. And then once I successfully completed that phase with an oral board, then I went to about 6 months of supervised casework conducted under a certified analyst in that section. And then that was successfully completed with a mock trial in October of 2019.
Thank you, ma'am. As an analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, do you have to undergo proficiency testing in your position?
Yes, every year.
Have you passed that proficiency testing?
Every year, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Have you ever testified previously in the state of Florida in the field of firearms identification?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Over 20.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender this witness to someone who's authorized to give opinion testimony in the field of firearms identification.
Any cross-examination of voir dire?
No questions, Your Honor.
I'll allow her to testify in a form of opinion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you receive any evidence in this case, Ms. Williamson?
Yes, I did.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 14. Ms. Williamson, if you could please take a look at that and let me know if you received this item of evidence and your involvement in this case.
Am I allowed to open it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, I recognize this.
Yes, ma'am, and if you could please describe to the jury again what that is.
This white box contains a .380 auto caliber pistol and 2 magazines, as well as a tape-sealed manila envelope containing my agency test fires. I recognize this item because this yellow sticker here is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's barcode. This is how we basically keep electronic chain of custody through our laboratory. It has our unique case number on it, as well as my handwriting is on the exterior of the package and on all the items inside the box.
Thank you. So you received this item of evidence. Did you do any type of examination on that firearm, the Remington 380?
Yes, I not only did a visual examination to ensure that it would be safe to fire, and I did a physical exam, and then I actually did test fire this pistol.
You test fired the pistol there at your laboratory?
Yes.
What type of ammunition did you use for the test fire?
In this case, I used, it was a Remington brand. It was a .380 auto caliber, because that's what the pistol is, and it had a full metal jacket projectile.
Ma'am, when you test fired the Remington 380 pistol, there states item 14, did the firearm function as designed?
Yes, it did.
So the firearm was fully operable?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to give you another piece of evidence, ma'am. This is State Exhibit 11. If you could please take a look at that as well. Did you receive that item of evidence, ma'am?
Yes, I did.
All right, and if you could just describe to the jury again what that is.
Yes, this is a fired 380 auto caliber cartridge case that I received as my item number 3. And again, it has that FDLE barcode. It has my handwriting on the outside of the package, as well as my handwriting on the actual cartridge case.
Ma'am, that cartridge case, if you could just explain to the jury kind of what a cartridge case is and how it is involved in the firing of a pistol.
Yes, so an unfired round of ammunition is actually called a cartridge. An everyday person might call it a bullet, but it's actually called a cartridge. And the cartridge contains a projectile, or the bullet contains gunpowder. It has a primer that contains the initiation system to fire that round. And the cartridge case is the metal area that actually houses the gunpowder, and the bullet sits inside of it. So during the firing,
She gets so excited with this. Hey, Vibrator, how are you on? Haven't seen you around in a few days, although I haven't been chatting much elsewhere. But yeah, hey, good to see you. Good to see you. We're watching a rewatch of a trial of the Susan Lorincz, which she's a cantankerous old lady that doesn't like children, and yeah. Children deserve better. They need to go outside and play and enjoy themselves. And the fact that this lady couldn't handle it and took out one of the children's mother is horrible. So that's what we're watching, just to fill you in.
process, the firing pin of the firearm will strike the primer, which starts that whole process of igniting the gunpowder. The gunpowder then creates all this pressure inside the cartridge. The cartridge case will obturate or expand inside the chamber of the firearm, which then causes the pressure to expel the bullet out of the barrel of the firearm, and then making the firearm, in this case a semi-automatic pistol, unlock, open, which extracts and ejects the fired cartridge case, throws it somewhere on the ground usually as the bullet is exiting the barrel, and then the slide returns to a closed position. And this all happens in like a fraction of a second.
So the empty cartridge case, there you have it, States Exhibit 11, that's what's ejected from the firearm when you fire around.
Correct.
Now,
Okay, I'm gonna pause there. Are you watching the Julio Fulio thing? I had to take a break from it to come do my trial, and I wanted to watch it, so we're gonna be on that trial. This is a 3-day trial, so come Monday we're gonna catch up on Julio Fulio over here, because I've been waiting for that one. So I don't know if that's the one you're watching, but man, I was so into it this morning.
did you examine that shell casing, States Exhibit 11, for any purpose in your analysis?
Yes, I did a visual exam just to determine if it had these firing marks, as well as doing a microscopic comparison.
And what was your goal in that type of microscopic analysis to see from the shell casing?
Yes, so after I test fired the pistol that I received, I microscopically examined my test fires that I created in-house, and I compared those to each other, because I test fired the pistol twice, and I compare those test fires to each other just to get an idea of how this firearm marks the ammunition. And then once I complete that, then I can microscopically compare the test fires from the pistol to any evidence that I have. And so that's what I did here, using using a comparison microscope, which has 2 stages where I can mount 2 separate items of evidence, but visualize them through one singular ocular bridge. And I can use like a crosshair that I can basically go from side to side and, look up at any correspondence that there is to each other.
Now, did you determine that the shell casing you received in item 11 was comparable, able to be compared to the test fire shell casings that you fired there at your laboratory?
Yes, I did.
And now, did you do any type of comparison, or did you do an analysis to reach an opinion on the shell casing?
Yes, I did.
And what was that opinion?
My opinion was that the cartridge case that I received was fired in the pistol.
Okay. So just to clarify, if I may, ma'am, take this. So this shell casing right here states Exhibit 11, in your opinion, after your analysis is identified as having been fired from this pistol.
Yes,
States Exhibit 14.
yes.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Then I want to give you another piece of evidence in this case, States Exhibit 17. Please take a look at that as well.
I recognize that.
Okay. And did you receive that item of evidence in this case, ma'am?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you perform any type of analysis or examination on that projectile?
Yes, I did.
If you could please just explain to the jury what a projectile actually is.
Yes, the projectile is the part of that cartridge I previously described that actually travels down the barrel of a firearm and is, goes to its intended target or wherever. The projectile is also called a bullet.
Now, when you did an examination of the projectile, what was your goal of that examination of that projectile?
With the examination, I began by measuring it. I can measure the diameter of it and I weigh it, and it gives me an idea of the caliber class that it belongs to. I also put it on my microscope and look at what's called lands and grooves that are created during the firing process. These lands and grooves are what are inside the barrel of a firearm. They are basically helical grooves that are cut out of a barrel of a firearm that creates a twist, a spin to the bullet as it travels. So imagine if someone like me throws a football, it's going to go all over the place. And then somebody like Tom Brady has a beautiful spin. And so that's what that rifling does. It creates that spin so the projectile doesn't yaw all over the place. So I'm looking at those lands and grooves. I make note of the direction of them because some firearms twist to the left, some twist to the right. Some have larger lands and grooves, some have smaller, some have 6, some have 5, some have 10. So I'm making note of all of these things because that's what's called class characteristics, and I know whether or not to even compare it to a suspect firearm.
So you examined that projectile that you received right there on the podium.
Yes.
You also said you test fired the pistol in your laboratory. Did you collect those projectiles from when you test fired the pistol?
Yes, because I test fire in a giant water tank, so that way I can easily remove the projectiles from the water and examine those.
Now, did you do any type of comparison analysis between that projectile that you received in State 17 and the test fired projectiles you did in your laboratory?
Yes, I did.
All right. And what was kind of the conclusion of your analysis?
After doing a microscopic comparison, I came to the conclusion that this bullet was fired from that pistol.
So just to clarify, Ms. Williamson, it's your opinion that this projectile in States Exhibit 17 was fired from this pistol?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions for Ms. Williamson.
Cross-examination, please.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Good morning.
The capacity of the 2 magazines that you analyzed was 6, right, for each?
Yes,
And you did not do ejection pattern analysis on the firearm, is that right?
correct, I do not.
FDLE just doesn't have that, doesn't have ejection pattern analysis at all, right?
Correct, we don't do that.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Your Honor.
No further questions.
She excused?
Yes, sir.
You're excused, ma'am. Have a nice day. Thank you.
You're excused. Have a nice day. Yeah, Vibe, anytime, man. I'm an open panel over here. A lot of times when I do trials, I know at the end of the day, I always try to open it up and anybody want to talk about what
Yes, witness, please.
Take off Detective Ryan's
Yeah, so we talk about, at the end of the day, we just kind of discuss what went on in trial for the day. I do a crazy review of all these weird notes that I take, and then we just kind of sit and talk about it for a little bit at the end of the day. Yeah, we're just kind of a cool, laid back little chat here. So, and I have noisy dogs.
You need a board.
Yes.
Is that him? Swear and affirm that testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, all you guys?
Yes, I do.
Please introduce yourself to the jury, sir.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Stith, and I'm a detective with the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
6.5 years,
How long have you been a detective with them?
4 years.
What do you do on a day-to-day basis as a detective?
In our major crimes unit, I investigate mostly violent crimes such as robberies, homicides, but also missing persons cases, suspicious deaths also.
Did you become the lead detective on this case of State of Florida versus Susan Lawrence?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how was it that you became the lead detective as opposed to another detective?
Yes, sir, I was the on-call that week, so we break up our rotation between the detectives, and basically if there's a crime or a call that requires a major crime response, that detective would respond and become the lead investigator.
Let me direct your attention to June 2nd of 2023. Did you respond to the scene of this shooting in this case?
Yes, sir.
What was going on when you arrived?
When I arrived, there were multiple deputies on scene. They had secured the residence at number 3 apartment with yellow caution tape. There was a deputy who had started a crime scene log, and there were multiple residents of the area that were out and about at the time.
Was Susan Lawrence still on scene?
Yes.
Where was she located?
She was in the back of a patrol vehicle.
Do you see her here in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point her out and tell me what she's wearing?
Yes, sir. She's wearing a purple sweater.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
What's that reflect?
Did you determine her date of birth?
I'm sorry?
Did you determine the defendant's date of birth?
Yes, I
What
did.
was it? What is it? You don't
I'm
remember?
not sure.
Do you have your
Offhand.
report handy?
Yes, I do.
Can you refresh your memory if you could take a look at your report?
I believe I just have the narrative here, so I don't know if I have her date of birth
That's okay.
on it.
Did you come to learn that Ms. Lawrence had a cell phone in her possession?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you eventually take possession of the cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Where was the cell phone located when you took possession of it? How did you get it?
I took possession from Deputy Stringer, who was on scene.
Showing us the marked states exhibit R for identification. You take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It is a packaging containing an Apple iPhone with my initials.
Can you open it up, look inside,
Yes,
and
sir.
recognize the contents?
All right.
Wait, here.
That sound of rubber. That just those rubber gloves kill me every time that sounds sick. Makes my jaw hurt. That. Oh, I didn't see if he had the school safety stickers, y'all.
It's an Apple iPhone that I collected from the scene.
Is it the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it that evening?
Yes, sir. It is appeared
Kind
to
of state
be.
would move R into evidence as 18.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So that objection states R will be evidence as number 18.
What did you do with the phone after you took possession of it?
I took it back to the Marion County Sheriff's Office, where it was placed into a secure digital forensics lab.
At some point, was the phone provided to forensic analyst Jesse Newbanks with the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
When was that done?
Once we responded back to the major crimes unit inside the sheriff's office.
And what was the purpose of handing the phone over to Jesse Newbanks?
I plan to generate a search warrant for the contents of that phone.
And was that search warrant eventually granted, giving you or another individual from the sheriff's office the ability to go into that phone and extract data?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any involvement in that extraction process?
No, I did not.
I asked you a few minutes ago the defendant's date of birth. If I give you a copy of the entire report without fresh memory?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Remember
sir.
date of birth?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
July 23rd, 1964. Thank you.
Much love.
At some point, was the defendant transported from the scene to the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Was she interviewed there?
Yes, sir.
Where was that interview done?
It was conducted at the major crimes unit within the central operations complex of the sheriff's office.
Who was present during the interview?
It was myself and Detective Kip Peterson.
And what does Detective Peterson do?
At the time, he was a detective within the major crimes unit.
Was the defendant under arrest at the time she was being interviewed?
No, sir.
Was the interview both audio and video recorded?
Yes, it
Was
was.
the entire interview audio and video recorded?
Yes, sir.
Did you read the defendant what are called Miranda warnings prior to?
Oh, y'all know what time it is? It's body cam time. It's we get to do interrogation. Y'all know this are my favorite parts. My favorite parts, interrogations. Here, y'all know Rubber Ramada reviews. Y'all see, I changed it. Y'all see up top, Rubber Ramada reviews instead of Rubber Ramada room. We did a little change up. So, you know, since I'm always reviewing things, I figured we'd just change it to Rubber Ramada Reviews with Sheila. So I hope you enjoy that. That was something I just kind of tossed together. Thought, what the hell? We do something a little different. But yes.
Asking her any questions about the case.
Yes, sir.
What are those?
Miranda warnings are a set of instructions typically read by law enforcement to someone who's in custody before any questioning, basically making sure that they understand that they are free to not speak with us and to have counsel present before any questioning.
Did she agree to waive those rights and provide an interview to you?
Yes, sir.
Did you force her or threaten you in any way to get her to talk to you?
No, sir.
Did you promise her anything in order to get her to talk to you?
No, sir.
Show me the mark of the state's exhibit S is in Sam. You recognize that is?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I know y'all heard that just like I did. I'm going to rewind 5 seconds. I heard a phone ringing. The judge is going to lose his shit. The judge is going to lose his shit. I heard a phone ringing, guys.
The mark of the state's exhibit S is in Sam. You recognize that is?
Yes, sir.
What is that? What's on it?
This disc contains the video and audio recorded interview on June 3rd of 2023.
And have you reviewed that disc?
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the relevant portions of her interview that you conducted with her on the 3rd of June?
It does.
And how do you know you watched that disc?
My initials and ID number are present from where I initialed it.
This time, Your Honor, the state would move states S is in Sam into evidence as 19.
Subject to our previous objections, Your Honor.
You
I recognize the previous objections.
Okay, good.
Overrule them. It'll be in evidence in states number 19.
I'm also showing you states exhibit T as in Tom. Have you prepared transcripts of that interview?
Yes, sir, I am.
And did you listen to the disc with the interview at the same time you did transcripts?
Yes, sir.
Are the transcripts accurate as far as what's on that disc?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay. I know we've only been here 48 minutes, but I need to relieve myself really quick before we get into this because this is going to be an hour long. It looked like started at 1:05 and it goes to about 1:55. So yeah. So it's going to be about 50 minutes of body cam and I'm not going to be able to hold it till then. Hey, TCN. So I'm going to hit play. I'm going to let it roll into this. I will be right back. I'm going to turn my camera.
This time, Your Honor, I'd request to publish the interview and provide the jury transcript pursuant to the court's ruling.
Judge, may we approach just briefly?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen carefully to some instructions I'm going to give you before the videos are played. One of them I've already given you, but I'll give it to you again. Members of the jury, you are about to view or listen to an audio or video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way. It must not impact the way you view or listen to and consider this evidence. You are about to hear and watch a recorded interview that contains opinions and statements by Detective Ryan Stith, Detective Kip Peterson, and Detective Daniel Pender to Susan Lawrence. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the police officer, or in this case police officers, as true, but only to establish the context of Susan Lawrence's reaction and responses. You are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence. The transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recordings. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read on the and what you read in the transcripts. You must rely on what you hear, not what you read.
Did you issue the transcripts today also?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
May I have access?
Yes, sir. Let me know when you're ready to actually put it on. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you need the volume up or down, please give me the up or down signal.
Oh, it is chilly in here.
Let me know if I need to adjust any more sounds. Y'all know me. I'll try to adjust it the best I can to be able to hear. I can hear okay, but I just want to make sure everybody else can.
Susan? Yes. I'm Detective Stitt, Detective Peterson.
Okay.
Can we just get you to slide that chair back over here just a moment? I'm sorry to keep you waiting so long. We just had we had to sort through before we could come and talk to you. So again, I'm Detective Stitt. I'm an investigator here with the Sheriff's Office. Could you give me spell your name for me? Is it
Yes, Susan, S-U-S-A-N,
And do you have a middle name?
Louise, L-O-U-I-S-E,
And your last name?
Lawrence, L-O-R-I-N-C as in cat, Z as in zebra,
Thank you. And what's your date of birth?
7/23/64,
And your address?
1662 Southwest 107th Lane, Ocala, Florida, 34476.
And you live in an apartment
Yes,
number
three.
3?
Mhm.
Thank you. What's a telephone number for you?
352-777-5909.
5909? Okay. So, do you know reason why we're...
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So, did the deputies put handcuffs on you or anything with it? Because there's a lot of things going on and we're trying to sort through the moving pieces to try to figure out what happened. So naturally, they want to secure
Understood.
the scene in that, under that circumstance and then, to handcuff you. So we're working this investigation and at this point, you're not free to leave, so I have to make you aware of your rights, okay, before we talk.
She did not age well, guys. She did not age well at all.
So I have to read this to you. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to execute these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of those rights I've explained to you?
Yes.
Okay. So the reason I'm trying to clarify all the events that happened tonight and to try to, because really I only have, statements from people that were out there, and I would like to get your side of things and try to understand what exactly happened tonight, or last night now, I guess it is.
Good therapy. Basically, the neighbors were out there screaming, yelling. The kids were running back and forth. I had a miserable headache. Ran inside, laid down. They finally got quiet. I came outside, and the 3 boys were there. I'm like, guys, you're trespassing. Come on, go out of here. And he's like, I want this, and I want that, and if you want this. I'm like, oh, okay, little big kids, because they're all really young. And
So you say you came out and they were...
I went to check my truck. Every time I had my truck on one side, the kids would throw the balls and hit the truck.
Okay.
So I moved the truck to the other side, then they moved themselves to the other side, and they keep just,
Just antagonizing you? Yeah.
Horribly.
Okay, so when you said that you came outside and they were there, the 3 boys were there, where were they at?
They're right in front of, that little cove that's
Like
there.
the privacy
Yeah,
fence?
They were right there.
Okay.
Right in front of
Inside the privacy fence, like on your patio or
No, they were
outside?
just right outside.
Okay.
And I'm like, guys, come on, leave. Because I wanted to check the truck and everything. And then they were like, I'm going to tell my mom. I'm like, go tell your mom. I don't care, And
Have you had problems with it
oh
before?
my God, yes. And they've been harassing me last week. They came out, they were actually in the vestibule in the area. And they were like, wake up, wake up. I was watching TV. I'm like, really seriously? Because, after a nice long shift, it's just when I want to hear these little run.
How long have you lived there?
3 years,
3 years?
Mhm.
Okay. And how long have you been having problems with them?
like 2 years.
2 years?
Yes, ever since she was.
Is it just those same 3, or do you have problems with any, does anyone else give you problems?
They want to play on that part where Charles Owens and the other part, and the guys come over.
Which part is that? I'm not sure, I don't know who Charles is.
Charles is landing. So there's, one of the cops came out and said, oh, it's an open lot, it's not an open lot, it's an apartment of 2 properties. I'm like, guys, come on, give me some peace, because in my apartment, there's 7 glass doors, and then I have the 2 bedrooms up front, and because it's an open concept, just you can hear everything.
Sounds traveling.
And it's horrible, and I'm like, go play on the other side, we don't want to play on the other side, we want to play over here. I'm like, oh, good gravy, and so they just every time they see me, they get together and scream me out.
They live in the same building?
No, none of them live there. I was gonna say, one set of kids lives there, but the other sits on the other side. They go play on your side of the road, you know, come on.
Okay, so they were being obnoxious out there tonight, and they finally got quiet, and then you go outside and the three of them are out
And
there.
I don't wanna go any further because he's like, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. I'm like,
Who said that?
Ajike's kids.
Okay, so who was it?
Ajike, I think her name is.
Okay.
She actually had thrown a sign at me before. She picked up the no trespassing sign and just threw it at me. She's like, here, take your fucking sign. I'm like, it's not mine, it's Charles. You know, he doesn't want you guys here. So it's just, you know, she's been in my mailboxes. She sends the kids to the mail.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. I don't think Charles really cared about whether the kids played over there on the grass or not. It was an open field. So long as the kids weren't up in your porch or in your, what you keep calling a vegetable. I can't even say that word right. Vestibule. There, I think that's it. Your little patio. You know, that's all that needed to be done. The kids were kids. Let them play in the grass. What'd Cindy say? If she wasn't such a witch, I bet she could have gotten them to leave her alone. She could have befriended them. You know what? She could have brought out cookies and juice. I don't know, made some cheap damn Kool-Aid. Here, y'all take this. Y'all go over there and play. It'll be okay. You know, just stay off my area right here. But here's y'all some cookies and juice. Y'all go play over there, though, okay? I mean, y'all, this is, again, I think I will have to change it with Rubber Ramada Reviews. I really do think that's going to be a fitting name for me. I don't know. Tell me what y'all think.
Boxes.
When did she throw a sign at you?
I say last year, just after I had my neck fused. I'm like, go creepy. Me.
What kind of sign? Like one of the ones you buy at the store, like a plastic, like
It was a metal sign with a little metal, like.
I'm going to slow it down. I know I have it on 1.25, but for her stuff here, I'm going to slow it down to regular speed because, you know, I want to hear everything she has to say. I heard some of it during the documentary on Netflix, the Perfect Neighbor documentary, but I don't think we got everything. And so I feel like I need to slow it down to hear more. They would have looked outside for her. It's a kid's mindset. They would have looked out for her. It's a kid. Yeah. They would have been more willing to, oh, there's that old lady that gives us cookies and Kool-Aid. She need help getting her groceries in the house. Maybe she got some cookies in her groceries for us. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm a nicer old lady in my old age than I was back then.
When did she throw a sign at you?
I don't know, but I was always the mom that was always, everybody came to my house and ate. All my kids, all their friends were there. They knew, the kids always knew. They always ate, and Daddy ate before I did. There was always enough for everybody. And they were all more than welcome to come to my house and play. They could stay the night. I guess I was just a different house. And now I'm curious, does this woman have children? Does she have grandchildren? I need to know more about her. You was that house too, Cindy? You was that house too? Yeah. I mean, Muffins will tell you. Everybody came. Didn't matter who you were, race, color, everybody. I had some weirdos at my house, but I loved them all the same. They were all my kids. May not have been born to me, but they were all my kids, and I took care of them, no matter what it took.
Just after I had my neck fused, I'm like, go creepy.
What kind of sign? Like one of the ones you buy at the store, like a plastic, like
It was a metal sign with a little metal, like a real estate sign. That had no trespassing, so it's about that by that.
Is it the same one that was out there tonight, or is it different? Okay.
They stole that
Thank
sign.
you, Denise.
So what happened tonight that led to the conclusion that?
Well, I like, kids go home. So they go home, and then all of a sudden she comes out, and she is just banging on my door. I'm like, go away. I'm not dealing with you tonight. And then she started banging so hard, everything started shaking. I'm like, you really need to leave. And she's, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And she's just like,
Be careful driving home, Denise. Glad you're listening to me on your drive. And, you know, it's, I don't know. I guess just some people are old, cantankerous old people. And, you know, to not have children or grandkids, maybe she doesn't understand the concept of what they do. Does she not remember as a child, her age as a child's probably much different. Right. Should have rented in a seniors only community. You're right on that, Cindy.
banging away. You know, I'm like, oh, this is crazy. And since she has actually happened to me, I'm like, it just keeps getting worse and worse. I'm like, I don't know what to do with her. And she banged so hard, it looked like my door was going to fly off. And that's, I panicked. And I was like, oh my gosh, she's really going to kill me this time, you know. And so I don't even actually remember picking up the gun. I just remember shooting.
Where do you keep the gun usually?
It's in my bedroom.
That's where you keep it, like in a cabinet or something, or just like?
It's just, I actually keep it in the trash can.
Okay.
Next to the bed.
Nobody would look in there probably, right?
You know, and I didn't think about it, and I'm like, oh my God, and I just started panicking, and I really feared for my life. I mean, honest to God, I was like, oh Jesus Christ, I'm a nervous wreck. You know, I'm not supposed to be getting nervous or anything like this because I have an aneurysm on my left kidney artery. And so they're like, you're supposed to stay calm, you're not supposed to do anything, and this.
I'm sorry, what? You have an aneurysm on your left kidney artery and you're not supposed to get upset and you're supposed to... Is that really what she just said? I think that's what she just said. Sorry, I've never heard of that. I mean, there's illnesses I haven't heard of, but I had my first kidney surgery when I was 5 years old. I've been dealing with a solitary kidney all my life. This is something new to me.
Supposed to be getting nervous or anything like this because I have an aneurysm on my left kidney artery. And so they're like, you're supposed to stay calm, you're not supposed to do anything. And this woman just keeps antagonizing me. She's got the kids calling me.
Is there? There's an artery that runs from your heart directly to your... Really? I've never knew that. That is interesting. Now I got to be nosy, and I'm going to have to go look that up later tonight because that's another fear unlocked, knowing that I only have one functioning kidney at 25%. Now I need to know more. Is there something else I need to worry about nobody's mentioned? Oh my. And then with the Ehlers-Danlos, my muscle I'm going to be quiet right now.
Great. Do not talk to me like I am one of your peers.
So they don't really have any respect.
No respect.
So AJ, she came to your door.
Oh yeah.
And she was
pounding on it. I was like, what the hell? My cat's going to fling.
What was she saying? Was she saying anything?
You don't talk to my sons. I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, you know? And I was like in tears. I'm like shaking and I'm like, oh my God. And I thought she had gone away and then she starts banging again. I'm like, oh.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to rewind this. I'm totally on another planet right now with this bit of knowledge. No, if your kidney function is normal, even though you have one. Yeah, but see, my kidney function isn't normal. My kidney function... I've only got 25% usage of the one that is working, and it's a cystic mass on the opposite side of a grape-like mass of cysts where the kidney should be. Okay. I'm gonna let's drop that subject because my mind's not gonna. Yeah. But I need to get off that subject. I'm gonna go down a deep dive that I'm not ready to go down right now. Anyway, so we're gonna go back to this. This woman was antagonizing. We'll talk later, Cindy. We'll talk later.
She's got the kids calling me. I'm a doctor degree. Do not talk to me like I am one of your peers.
So they don't really have any respect.
No respect.
Yeah. So AJ, she came to your door.
Oh yeah.
and she was,
pounding on it. Like, I was like, what the hell? My cat's going to fling.
what was she saying? Was she saying anything?
You don't talk to my sons. I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, you know? And I was like in tears. I'm like shaking, and I'm like, oh my God. And I thought she had gone away, and then she starts banging again. I'm like, oh shit.
Did she, like, try to come inside?
She was trying as hard as she could.
And what do you mean?
That door was moving. And I'm like, holy shit, you know?
Did she try the door handle, or was she just beating on it to try to push it in, or what?
She was just, you know, just trying to push it in, trying to push it in, and I was like, oh my God.
You just let you know it's back.
Okay, thanks. So what was she saying again?
She's like, you can't talk to my sons that way. You know, I'm like, you're trespassing, you know?
So you were communicating with her through the door?
And I'm like, all right, just leave. You know, I don't want to hear it. No, I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to fucking kill you. And I didn't think too much of it until she really started pounding that door. And I'm like, oh my God. Then I got scared, like terrified, scared.
Now, you had initially called,
Because it was-
did you call 911, or
Yeah,
did you use the non-emergency number when you called?
And then the first time, because kids said, I'm going to kill you, and my friends kill you, I'm like, oh my God, you know, what the hell's going on now? You know, I'm like, I don't need this aggravation.
Okay. So you called, was it 911?
Yeah, I called 911.
Okay. And that was before HI came over?
Before she
Okay.
came over.
And the kid, okay, so we get, like, as the deputies are responding, the call taker's talking to you, they're putting information that you're telling them into the computer, which goes to us as we're going out there. So in that call notes, there's never any mention of you saying that they said that they're gonna kill you. It was more or less that they're harassing you, that
Oh, no, I told the lady that they
Okay.
said they were going to kill me.
okay,
No, I was very specific when I spoke.
okay. Now, did you see who was out there at that time?
I just knew it was Ajike by her voice. She's screamed at me before, you know, I'm like, oh, great, it's her again, you know. And like I said, I just panicked, and I just got so frightened. I was like, oh my God, she's really going to do it this time. She's going to kill me.
Were you still on the phone with 911 when you fired the gun?
No. I thought that the kids went, and I was like, all right, I'll go check my truck in the morning. I didn't even leave, you know, I just went back in the house and locked the doors.
So, but you had already contacted 911?
Yeah.
Did they advise you that someone was responding, an
Yes,
officer
they
was
did.
responding?
They said someone's
Okay.
coming out, and they said lock the doors, you know, make sure you don't go outside. I'm like, okay, you know, usual.
Okay. And where were you at when she was pounding on the door? Were you?
I was actually in the bathroom.
You were in the bathroom. I haven't been inside, so how does it, like, when you go in through the front door?
It's all open, so
Okay.
you can see kind of the bathroom right from the front door,
Okay.
so.
And you were still able to hear her?
Oh,
She
yeah.
was able to
Yes.
hear you, that you know, as far as you know?
I don't know if she was able to hear me. I mean, she was just screaming for all she was worth. I'm like, stop, 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 you know, and she wouldn't stop. And I was just like, oh, dear God.
What else was she saying besides what you told me? Was she saying anything else?
She was just, some of it was unintelligible,
Okay.
so she was just ranting.
So I noticed there's, you have a couple cameras in the house?
Yes.
Okay. And are those like Ring cameras or Arlo or?
Bling,
Blink?
blink.
Okay.
Then I have the one at the door, but when it gets dark out, they don't pick up anything, which sucks.
Do they record sound now, or
I have no
is it
idea.
all motion where it only records when it captures
Yeah, when it
motion?
captures motion.
Okay.
Ma'am,
But those are working cameras?
ma'am, I'm gonna interrupt you right here and tell you got some shitty camera systems. If they're not recording at night, sorry, Lola. Lola's over here asleep with her head on the rolly part base of my chair, and I just rolled to talk, and she just popped up and gave me this look like, bitch, stop moving. But what I was gonna say is, if this lady's cameras don't record at night, she had to go with the cheapest, utmost cheapest brand, because even my cheap $30 little cameras that I got from our local little electronics store, they have night vision. It's just part of the camera system. I think most of them have night vision. Hey, hey TCN. Hi, it's Ronnie. TCN out here coming in with different names.
Cameras?
I don't know if the door bell picked anything up. You can look at it and stuff. I mean,
And now you're saying the doorbell won't pick anything up. It what? Only captures motion. Ma'am, there are settings inside your camera. Well, I was going to say, if you had children, you could call your kids to come over and help you learn how to use your camera system. But obviously, you can't do that. Do you have a sister? Do you have a brother? You have a buddy, somebody that knows electronics that come over and help you, ma'am? Because you're obviously not knowing how to work your cameras.
but when it gets dark out, they don't pick up anything, which sucks.
Do they record sound now, or
I have no
is it
idea.
all motion where it only records when it captures
Yeah, when it
motion?
captures motion.
Okay. But those are working cameras?
I don't know if the door bell picked anything up. You can look at it and stuff. I mean,
Is that through your phone that you were able to review that, or computer, or how do you, through your phone? Okay,
but I don't think it picked it up because I didn't get a ding.
okay. So, but prior to,
You didn't get it. Wait, you didn't get a ding, but you couldn't find your phone, remember? That's why you went and got the gun? I'm sorry, what?
her coming over there, and banging on your door, because we talked to a lot of people that were out there at the time, and there was some statements given to us that you had taken a tablet or picked up a tablet that was
No,
on the
sir,
ground?
absolutely not, no.
Okay.
That's,
Is it one of the older ones?
yeah.
Okay. And what was the deal with the roller skate? Because again, we talked to a lot of people who were outside and witnessed some of
They
this.
keep leaving all their toys around. The other day, I almost killed myself going out. I had an early morning doctor's appointment, and I didn't see the roller skate, and I almost killed myself. I'm like, guys,
You almost killed yourself tripping. Ma'am, you might have get a scraped knee. You might have dislocated your elbow, or you're not going to kill yourself tripping over a skate.
oh, stop already. This is not your garbage yard. You know, and the kid's got his roller skates there, and I'm like, really, take your roller skates. I threw the roller skates. I'm like, go fetch them. You know, just enough. Because
Did you throw it at them?
Oh,
or-
God, no.
Okay.
No, I just
And what was
threw-
the thing about the umbrella? You had an umbrella?
I thought it was raining before, and I looked out and it wasn't raining. I'm like, okay. So,
What?
And you like swung?
Ma'am, we heard about the umbrella story. Girl, we heard about that umbrella story. Now you say, I thought it was raining.
Umbrella. You had an umbrella?
I thought it was raining before, and I looked out and it wasn't raining. I'm like, okay. So,
Okay. And you like swung it at them or so, or one of them?
I wasn't even close. I was still inside the vestibule. So,
How can we explain that then with people saying, like multiple people that weren't like talking to each other, that if they were saying that's what they saw?
maybe I did step out and I'm like, guys, go away, but I would never touch them.
Okay.
You know,
Maybe like swat at them with it, but not.
exactly.
Okay.
If I did it, it was probably because I was just so, like, come on.
But I know at least say if you did, but is that what happened? I mean, we gotta kind of get specific about this because it's a big deal.
I understand that.
Someone's dead.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So that's why I say it's important to be specific and honest about everything.
getting a little emotional here because you said someone's dead. You realized, oh, I fucked up.
It was only because she was pounding at my door, and I honest to God thought she was gonna come in.
Okay. So we have, over in our communication center,
I like that, Cindy. She's lying like a wet dog with fleas on a cheap rug in the summer. Man, you know that that's an itchy damn rug. Oh, this lady.
Honest to God thought she was gonna come in.
okay. So we have, over in our communication center, they're putting together, because all the calls that come into 911 are audio recorded, and there were several people, even before, who were recording and getting audio of exactly what's being said, not to mention if your camera's captured anything, okay? So that's why I'm like asking you before we go through that, and if something is different than what you're telling me, we need to clear that up now, because if,
Okay.
you know what I mean, if the evidence shows something different than what you're saying, it doesn't look good, and I want to be open and honest with you.
I
that-
just know that she was pounding and pounding on the door and scaring the shit out of me.
Okay,
Yeah.
but is there any reason why, if we reviewed that evidence, she wasn't saying, "I'm going to kill you"?
That's what I heard.
Okay,
I mean, that's what I honest to God heard. You know, it's just what I heard.
okay. Did you ever look out the door to see? And I know you said you kind of recognized her voice,
So
so,
I never looked out the door.
okay.
I was afraid to get to my door, to be brutally honest. I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, she's gonna bust it in and just gonna...
Where were you standing when you shot the gun? And you said you shot the gun
Oh, yeah.
through the door?
Yeah, through the door.
Okay.
I just panicked. It was probably at the kitchen table somewhere.
Okay, by the kitchen table?
Mhm.
And how many times did you shoot the gun?
Once.
Just once?
Center mass at the door. One shot.
What kind of gun is it?
It's a Remington 380.
Is that the only firearm you have in the house?
No, there was a 22 Ruger.
Where's that one at?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I could get it or not. I have no idea. Maybe the cops can.
Okay. And after you fired the round, what did you do?
She said, ow, and I'm like, oh my God, I hit her.
What?
It just, clicked.
She said, ow, and I said, oh my God, I hit her.
She said, ow, and I'm like, oh my God, I hit her. It just, clicked, I hit her. Oh, Jesus Christ. And I thought I just, nicked something. I never ever.
And what did you go out there?
No,
You didn't go out there?
No.
Did you call 911 back?
yes, I did call
Okay.
911.
And what did you say?
And I said, she was pounding on my door and I shot my gun. Well, I'm pretty sure that's what I said.
Okay.
And she was threatening me and she was saying, I'm gonna kill you. So,
So it's a Remington 380?
Mhm.
Is it a revolver or like a semi-automatic?
It's a pistol and then a semi-automatic.
What color is the Remington?
Black.
Black. And that's your firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So, again, we're trying to get to, and there's always two sides, right?
Mhm.
And when there's the,
Welcome in, and thank you, Lois. It's just, I got some new mousse, and I tried it today. So, yeah, it looks like she's lost a lot of weight. Looking at her in this interrogation and what she looks like sitting at that table, oh yeah. I guess the food's not to her liking in there.
the truth is somewhere usually lying in the middle somewhere. And I'm not trying to discredit what you're telling me, and I understand your concerns about, you know, this is your area, you want to be able to relaxed and not have to worry about all this riprap, basically, yeah. But unfortunately, we can't get the other side from Ajike.
Ajike, I think her name is. It's Ajike.
Right. But we can't ask her side, right? So then we have to go by other people who may have seen or heard things, video, 911 call recordings and things like that.
Just telling you what I know.
So, is it feasible to say that this is just got to a boiling point for you that you couldn't take it anymore? And because again, if this stuff happened in the past, I get it, but we're talking about a specific event tonight where she didn't make it a point that she was trying to come in. She was trying to get your attention to say, apparently, to stop throwing things at her kids, whether you actually, I know, listen, kids can lie, I get it. And I'm just saying, whether that actually happened or not, that's what she believed, because that's what she was told by her son, one of her sons. So she was coming over there to, I mean, does that ring a bell of her telling you not to be throwing things? No? What specific words do you recall that she said?
I just remember her saying, "Don't talk to my sons that way, and I'm gonna fucking kill you." I mean, that's what I heard. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ.
And you're sure when you were on the phone with 911, you told them that she said that?
I'm almost positive.
Yeah, I mean, if someone was, the reason why I ask is because, like, if someone, let's say I'm not a police officer, or, you know, right, and I'm just at my house and someone's, like, beating on my door saying, I'm gonna kill you, or I'm gonna fucking kill you, oh my God. They're banging on my door, they're saying they're gonna kill me. Like, that's a very fear-provoking statement when somebody, you know, if you're in a legitimate fear that someone's gonna come through your door and kill you, if you're already on the phone.
I wasn't on the phone though, I was in the bathroom when she
You weren't on the phone with 911?
No, I was already off the phone with 911.
Okay, so she had already maybe made that statement before you even called?
So, the second time?
Anytime.
I was gonna say the second time, when I called, she had already said it,
Okay.
so.
But the second time you called was after you had fired the
Yes.
gun? Okay. So,
And maybe I misunderstood it, because what my understanding was before I had to walk out of the
But you know, Lois, I was saying earlier before you got here, hey, K-Swan, how are you? Welcome in. But I was saying earlier, Lois, you know, I wanted to know if she had children or grandchildren, because it's like she doesn't know how to act with kids, you know, like she doesn't know that kids are going to be kids. How was her upbringing that this is not okay for kids to be playing out in a field and all that? I mean, it's just, that was my curiosity, as if she had kids or not, because the way she acts. I think the detective's overly kindness is a tactic, move screen, is a tactic to get more info I think it is too. Thinking he's talking to a kind little old lady and being all sweet, but he's really out there getting the dirt.
room was that when she was knocking on your door,
It wasn't a knock.
the way, I understand, you said that it got worse, like so I'm starting off with
No,
and then we're gonna.
No, she started off banging on that door, and it was,
But during that initial time is when you had said before that she had made the statement that, you know, she was gonna kill you.
yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just,
No, it's important that we learn the details, so that way, as we gather and collect evidence, the details are what help us piece that together so we can see the big picture, right? I'll tell you that even as law enforcement officers, if we make a decision to, you know, use deadly force against someone, we have to sit and explain the same way with details. I did this because of this, making me feel like this, right? We're just trying to understand the details of what happened from your point of view, so as we gather our evidence, we can.
Understood.
Does anyone else live with you, Susan?
No.
Okay. How long have you owned your firearm, or firearms, or any firearm really?
Trying to think like Remington, maybe a year ago.
Okay. And is it just for personal, like protection, for
Yes,
personal
yes.
protection?
Yeah,
Do you carry it
absolutely.
with you if you go out, just for home?
Only if I take it to the range.
Okay. Do you do that often, or how often do you think that you've shot at the range?
Probably 4 or 5 times. I used to be terrified of firearms. And then when the first time she threw the things at me and she was just so horrible to me, I'm like, I had just had neck surgery and I'm like, she could have really killed me, you know? And I just was like, oh dear God, she was just violent.
So, your door is kind of like, probably not wood or whatever, but you can't really see through it. There's no
No.
windows or anything like that. And I know your sliding door is a little further over, but something that he mentioned, you know, as far as our training, when we have to go through making a judgment decision where we might have to pull the trigger, we have to know what we're firing at is a deadly threat, or what we recognize as a deadly threat. So my question is, how do you know what you're firing?
Yes. Yes, she bought the gun. She said yesterday, I believe, hold up, let me look at my notes. I believe it was stated that, there was somewhere it was stated that she had bought it because she was scared. For health reasons, she was scared. Yeah, there was something about for health reasons she was scared. I remember something about that yesterday. Yeah, it was very,
At
very
when you're
odd.
firing through a door that you can't see through, when you don't know if there's also a child outside standing there, or, I mean, basically I'm asking you, what were you aiming at, and what were you intending to do when you fired that gun?
I was just fearful of my life. And I was just like, go away, go away. That's all I could think was just get out of the situation, you know, just go away already. And
But when you fire through a door that's closed, was it locked?
yes, it was locked.
Okay. And, you know, you said you're in the bathroom, which I understand you said it's kind of an open floor concept in there. So it's kind of open, but I'm assuming there's walls around the bathroom, you've got a door, you can close it. And I'm not saying that you're within your right, you're in your house, you don't have to do that. But if I'm looking at a door that's secured and whether someone's banging on it or not, law enforcement's already on the way. At what point do you, you know,
The door is broken.
the door's broken?
Like that whole side panel, people have, she's pounded on it more than once. And he fixed it, but when everything started.
So y'all know me and my pop-ups. Lorincz told law enforcement that she bought the .380 caliber Remington for protection after an earlier altercation with Owens. So yes, she knew.
Rattling so much, I was like, oh my gosh, she's gonna bust through it.
Sounds very
You know?
good.
So it's broken right now, or it was broken before and then the landlord fixed it?
Cherry rigged it. He put screws through it so that the centerpiece was supposed to stay in there, but she was pounding it so hard. I mean, everything was just rattling, and I'm like, oh my God, it sounded like a horse kick. It was so loud.
One thing that I think my partner was trying to get at, and I don't know that I actually heard an answer to the question, when you're inside the house and she's on the other side of a door that you can't see through and she's pounding on the door, you make the conscious decision to aim your gun at the door and fire one round, right? Just one round?
Yes.
Fire one round. Were you trying to hit her, or were you trying to scare her off? Were you trying to make a loud noise to say like, hey, I got a fucking gun, get away from my door? Or were you think like...
I was never intending to hit her. I just said, I said I hit really high, you know, I was just like, kind of, you know, this is the first time I ever really used it where I was, you know, like...
Not on a paper target.
Exactly. I was like, oh my God. So I was shaking. I mean, I was just so distraught at that point in time. I'm like, oh my...
So it was a first. Y'all know me. It was the first time she used it. And then he said, so not at a paper target. So does this mean she's been to a gun range practice shooting? Huh?
Really high, you know, I was just like, kind of, you know, this is the first time I ever really used it where I was, you know, like...
Not on a paper target.
Exactly. I was like, oh my God. So I was shaking. I mean, I was just so distraught at that point in time. I'm like, oh my God, she's really going to freaking come to my house. And I was just like, all I could think is go away, go away, go away, go away.
Did you mean to, were you aiming for the door?
I just fired the gun. Because all I could think of is, I felt like I was in mortal danger. I mean, it's just how I felt.
And what made you, I mean, I know someone's banging on the door, you feel like they could get in, but at that point where nobody had reached or been able to get through that secure door, what made you feel like that was the time that you needed to do that?
I usually have a chair propped up against the door at night.
Okay.
And I didn't have the chair up there, and I didn't have the chain on the door either. So just the one lock was locked. And I'm like, oh shit, you know, of all the times that I never...
But before you decided to pull that trigger, you didn't think to try to put the...
I wasn't going near the
second...
door, because she was actually moving, physically moving the door. You know, like, you could see the door moving, I'm like, oh dear God.
So the thing is, and again, I can 100% sympathize with being fed up with that kind of harassment and that kind of disrespect. But also someone lost their life last night, right? No?
I absolutely feared for my life.
So this is...
This was an absolute, she's gonna...
Y'all, okay. This officer just said that somebody lost their life. And what did she automatically do? She went right into, I feared for my life.
Kind of disrespect. But also someone lost their life last night, right? No?
I absolutely feared for my life.
So this is...
This was an absolute, she's gonna, it's either me or her. I mean, it was just like, I'm like, holy shit.
But did you see her with a gun or another weapon or anything like that?
I don't know what she had on the outside. You know, when the lights were off, you know, so she came up, it was dark out. And I'm like, great, now she's pounding on my door. Now she's scaring the crap out of me. You know, now my door's moving and I didn't have it properly secured. And the next thing I thought she was gonna be in my house, gonna kill me. I mean, that's honest to God what I felt. You know, it's not like, you know, I'm fed up or anything. This was a real fear.
But when we first started talking, you said you made it very clear to the 911 call taker that she was threatening to kill you.
Yes, absolutely.
And if that's not on the recording, is there any reason why that's not on the recording?
I have no idea. I'm pretty sure I said it. So.
Are you just pretty sure she said it as well? That she
Oh,
was
no,
doing it?
absolutely, she said it.
Okay.
She was absolutely, you know.
So the way that I see it is kind of like this. You have two things that you are looking at when you're in your position. You have this fear, this imminent fear of great bodily harm, death, serious injury, right? Imminent fear. Or you have, I'm in my apartment, I'm scared as shit, and I'm trying to scare someone off. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Do you understand what the difference between those are?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand, do you have this imminent fear that you're about to die? Or do you have this, I'm afraid of what's going to happen if this person doesn't go away? Does that make sense?
No, I felt like I was in imminent danger.
Okay. How would you define imminent danger? I just want to make sure that you because that's what the
If
actual
you're in
law.
danger of, let's say, someone coming at you with a nice 4-ton truck, straight at you, and, they're swerving with you when you're trying to run away.
Okay, so, someone coming at you and you're this close to danger. Okay.
Now, the first time that you called 911, tonight or last night, at what point did you disconnect from the call? You called about, basically, the kids were in your area, and you didn't want them there.
Mhm.
At what point did you disconnect with them?
They hung up with me. They said, someone's on the way, to keep your doors and windows locked. And I said, okay.
But Ajike wasn't there at that point?
No, she was not.
Okay. How long after you disconnected with them did she come over there, do you think?
I honestly thought it was you guys, someone banging on the door like that, because it felt, like really heavy banging, a guy doing it, and I was like, okay. This kind of shocked me, like, what the hell? And then she started screaming, and then, it was just weird.
So she just said that after she hung up with 911 and then she heard the banging and then she thought it was the cops at first. I think that's what she just said. Yeah, I thought it was you guys, someone banging.
Banging on the door like that, because it felt, like really heavy banging, a guy doing it, and I was like, okay. This kind of shocked me, like, what the hell? And then she started screaming, and then, it was just weird because I just thought she is just so angry, and she's just ranting and pounding, and I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Well, from the information I got, she was angry and pounding because she believed that you had either struck or attempted to strike one of her kids with an umbrella and threw roller skates. And I'm not, again, I know how kids can be, they're not always very truthful about things. But I didn't have any information provided me out there. And of course, we're still going through evidence, and that's an ongoing thing. But nothing that says that she threatened to kill you or that was doing anything more than trying to get you to come to the door. That she wanted you to open the door.
Why would I open my door to this woman? When she has,
I wouldn't either.
when she has thrown things at me, when
Right.
she has followed me a foot behind me, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
I mean, she's literally come up, we had words about 2 months ago, and I walked away, I said, all right, whatever. And, I said, I'm sorry, just because I wanted to diffuse it, de-escalate everything. I'm walking away, and she's literally walking 1 foot behind me like she was, I said, oh my God, she's going to pound me into the ground.
So, yeah, I mean, that's the...
She's a little dramatic. She's a lot dramatic. Let me rephrase that. She's a lot dramatic.
That's my question, though, is if she wasn't trying to come in, she's just trying to get, and again, I wouldn't come to the door either. If you're beating on my door, wanting to cause something, I'm not answering it. But that's different than trying to bust the door down.
To me, she was
And you
trying
said
to
that
bust
the
the
door's
door.
already broken, so
Yes.
how hard would it have been for her, because she's kind of a big girl, right? How hard would it have been for her to break that door knowing you know your door better than I do, but if it's already,
Well, we did put the extra long deadbolt on and everything. I did have the deadbolt on, so I didn't know how long the door was going to
see, and
hold up.
that's why I'm asking, is because at first it's broken and now it's,
Ma'am, no, there was no extra long deadbolt. I'm sorry. Charles Gabber, the landlord? No, he put in an original one. He said he did not put in an extra long one. Ma'am, that's a lie. He didn't put in an extra long deadbolt. He said he didn't.
What the hell? Because I feel secure every door to keep, because I feel like someone's gonna break it in.
And I don't know what happened in the video right there, but she was talking about how she puts the chair up under the door handle to help keep the door from coming open. That was also in the documentary.
When did you install the new deadbolt, or did he did that? Someone else did it?
Yeah, Charles did it.
Okay. How long ago was that?
I'm trying to think when the hell I did it. A few months ago.
And what was the reason for that?
Because she had pounded on the door once before, and kind of everything I had fixed previously, she had cracked apart. And I'm like, oh God. Like I said, it's not the first time.
What did she pound on the door for last time? What happened with that?
I think I called her kid an idiot or something like that. And like, you see the signs coming over here.
Ma'am, you call my kid an idiot? I'm coming and pounding on your door and saying, what the hell? Why are you talking to my child like this? And also, just for also a refresher, if y'all remember yesterday, Mr. Charles Gabber, he was the lovely landlord that just puttied up the bullet hole and left the door, that the lady had been shot through, and all, a disgusting landlord to do that. Just in case y'all forgot, I wanted to remind you. They did come get the door later, but the fact is that's disgusting for a landlord to do that.
I can do anything I want. I could just go in. I'm like, oh my God. This is.
And what did she do that time? She beat on the door? And
she beat on the door and like go away.
Did you call the police then?
We got called the police, and this when, she heard me calling the police, then she went away.
She went away. What was she trying to get you? Was she that
I
time?
have no idea. I have no idea what this woman is thinking. I mean, to me, she's just terrifying. At this point in time, I just thought she is not mentally stable, and, every time something happens, oh, it's my children, they're 100% little angels, and of course, you're demonized. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
But was she trying to get in that time? Or was she just beating on the door and ranting and raving about you calling her son an idiot?
I think she was ranting and raving about me calling him an idiot.
Okay.
And I'm like, all right, whatever, go away, you bother me.
Okay.
But at that point in time, I had all the locks on, I had the chair up,
Did you get your gun that time?
No. I mean, I didn't feel, she wasn't as forceful that time as, this time was, like, oh my God.
And do you think the reason was because she believed that you threw something at her
I don't
kids,
know
or?
I have no idea what she was thinking.
Okay.
I can't even speculate. All I know is she's like, you screamed at my kids, or you said something to them, and then she's like, I'm going to kill you. I'm like, fine.
And if your camera does work, you're confident that any video would back you up? Or and the reason I'm asking that is because this is the time, if there's any discrepancies, to clear that up now. And I'm just trying to be
I don't even know if
forthright with you on
engaged.
that. What's that?
I don't even know if we engaged, because the last time she was there,
Right. Sorry, I'm eating bagel chips, y'all. I'm hungry. I don't know why today, but roasted garlic bagel chips. Dollar Tree. Love them. Yeah, this one time she didn't have the chair under the door. She didn't have the chair under the door during this incident, and supposedly that made her more fearful because she didn't have her chair there. She did. She's lost a lot of weight. Usually everybody gains weight being in jail, but Mama here done lost some.
and I
do too.
tried to play, and nothing came up. So.
Did you ever know her to carry a weapon or anything?
I do. But you can't tell who.
No, you never know. That's
I was
right.
gonna say,
We have kids out here running around with firearms and stuff, so, but I guess my question is, what is it that she did that made that an immediate threat to your life that you had to shoot when you did? Or you were gonna be harmed at
I
that
thought she
second?
was coming right through that damn door. I mean, this guy was my witness. I thought that woman was coming.
What
through
made
that
you
door.
think that she was coming?
Because everything was shaking. I mean, my mirror that was on the wall was shaking. Like, how do you shake a cement block house? I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. That's why I thought,
So she was just beating, like,
Oh, she was wild with it. I mean, she was bam, bam.
what is your door made out of? Is it like a metal or like a, I'm not sure.
I have no idea. And it just was like, well, dear God, I thought I was going to get my,
How long do you think she was hitting the door?
no, I can't even speculate, because it could have been seconds, it could have been, when you get that fear response and, she banged on it, I was in the bathroom, came out of the bathroom, and she was still banging on it. So I don't know, maybe a minute or two.
And you didn't try to call 911 back at
My
that
phone
point?
wasn't there. I didn't know where I put my phone.
You don't remember where you
No.
put your phone?
And I was like, crap, I can't find my phone.
Okay.
See, I found this very, very odd. She called 911 and then she couldn't find her phone. So she went and picked up the weapon. I just find that odd. Search a little longer for your cell phone. Call 911 back and say, hey, she's back and she's really banging the shit out of my door. Hello. But instead you go and get your weapon. I mean, I'm like all over the place with this. Right. A phone versus a weapon. I mean, get out. Yeah. And Cindy, again, I for everybody, I'm going to do a Discord watch party and I'll play it in Discord for anybody that doesn't have Netflix, because there are a few of my members that don't have Netflix available. And I'm going to just play it in Discord so we can watch the documentary together once we complete the trial. So, and Dollar Tree freeze. The snacks are yummy, like the freeze dry fruits. Yes, I like the bagel. I like the peas. Those peas. I don't think I have any on my desk. The peas, and then I also get the pumpkin seeds. I can get the bags at Dollar Tree for pumpkin seeds. And they're so much more expensive everywhere else. And I'm like, it's the same shit and I like it. So, yeah. So anyways, yeah, we can't find the phone. So we're going to pick up the weapon.
Maybe a minute or two.
And you didn't try to call 911 back at
My
that
phone
point?
wasn't there. I didn't know where I put my phone.
You don't remember where
No.
you put your phone?
And I was like, crap, I can't find my phone.
Okay. So you have an app on your phone that lets you review the video
Yes.
for your surveillance camera? Would you be willing to be able to let us look at that?
I don't have a phone.
Well, no, we have it in the office
Okay.
over here, but
Yeah, got it.
let me see what condition the battery's in, and I'll be back in just a
Okay.
moment, okay? Thank you.
I know it's a lot. This woman is
So I got a little bit of juice in here. This is your phone, correct? Is it an Apple iPhone?
Yes.
There's a passcode attached to it?
It faces.
Faces? What's there's a numerical to it if you don't have your face?
Yes.
Do you mind providing that?
Yes, I do mind. We
You
can
do
just,
mind?
I'll open it for you. That's no problem.
Okay.
There's-
She doesn't. And you will find out later, if I'm not mistaken, she goes,
So this is
stand your ground law.
a consent to search cellular phone and/or other storage media. Okay, this is a form, I just read this to you. I want to make sure I have your address and everything written down correctly. It's been a long day. The undersigned residing at 1662 Southwest 107th Lane, is that right? Number 3, Ocala, Florida, does hereby authorize Detective Ryan Stitt and or other officers he may designate to assist him to search my cellular phone or their storage media described below, Apple iPhone. This written permission to search without a warrant is given to me to the above officers freely and voluntarily without any threats or promises having been made. Do you understand all that?
Yes.
Okay. If you would sign on that line there, please. Thank you. You said as a face unlock deal?
She has to take her glasses off with the face unlocked to work. Is that what she just said?
And you said it's a blink?
Oh, no.
Is that what both of those
I'm
cameras
sorry,
are?
I
They're both
misunderstood her. I was like,
cameras?
wait, what?
Is that correct, though?
Remember, if one's blink and one's ring. I have to be brutally honest.
Okay, that's all
The
right.
two up front are blinks.
Okay.
It's gonna be front door.
Oh, so they both are, oh, you have a few of them? Okay. Just can't remember exactly. Do you remember when you called the first time?
No idea. That's when the kids were playing. They were so loud in the house. That's the front. It'll say front door. on it.
They're reviewing this on her phone right there in front of her in this interrogation. I'm shooketh. I'm okay. Okay, y'all. Funny flash, comedy in the chaos. Y'all remember when Sarah Boone watched her incident and they showed her in the interrogation room what she did to Mr. George Torres in that suitcase? You remember Sarah's reaction? They're watching a video.
Did you delete any videos? No?
Yeah. First time.
I'm sorry?
It's the first time I looked at it since before.
Okay.
That's why I didn't touch it. Just let you have it.
So this is the only one, so this usually doesn't capture at night anyway, you say? Does it normally capture things during the night, like?
Just look at that one and see if it usually just shows like as a dark screen.
Which one?
The yesterday. No, that's when it was recording, I guess.
And that captures a lot of activity going on there, I guess.
having my TV on 75. It was getting, oh my God, it's ridiculous.
That is her TV turned up to 75 to try to drown out the kids. That is, you are just.
Okay, well.
Did you want to open it again? Did you want to?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
But
What a weirdo, Lois.
if it goes the way where you are released, which I said, I don't know, I have to talk to him, be 100% honest. Do you have family or someone that you could stay with if that's the case?
I was gonna say, I'm gonna go get a hotel room. I'm not gonna stay at my place tonight. I'll have to get the cats and take them with me.
Okay. Well, I don't even know if, like, I understand your cat, there's nobody that would be able to go over there or for you?
My sister is a brittle diabetic and she's had amputations. God forbid they saw her and they wanted to do her harm. They could she can't run. She works with a cane.
Yeah.
What? Why are you assuming anybody
All right,
would do
well, let
something
me-
harm?
Is there anything else?
What? Why was that an assumption? My sister has brittle blah blah. Right, and I'm with Muffins too. Why did you move to a place that's got a bunch of kids if she hates them so much? Why? Why? Move to a senior living area or something. If you don't like children, there are total communities that are childrenless.
That you can think of that I didn't ask or that might be helpful for figuring this all out?
Dear, I've never been in this situation before. This is all new and it's killing me.
Killing me.
All right, Susan, give me just a minute. I'll be right with you.
Okay.
So we continue the investigation. I don't think it's safe for you to go back to that house. But what we can do is provide you with a ride back there. You stay in the patrol car. How many cats do you have?
There's 2 cats.
2 cats. Do you drive that truck that's there?
Yeah, that's my truck.
We can get the cats. Do you know where the keys are to your truck?
Sure.
For the record, I have all 8 of the jurors' transcripts.
Sure.
So we saw in the interview that the defendant was not arrested that night, correct?
Correct.
Was there still additional interviews and things that you wanted to do as a detective before that decision was made?
Yes, sir.
Were you in the process of obtaining a search warrant that allowed law enforcement to go back into her house or to go into her house and search for evidence?
Yes, sir.
Because of that, was she able to go back to the house and go inside while you guys were doing that?
No, she wouldn't be.
Once the search warrant was signed and allowing you to go to the house to investigate and look for evidence, did you in fact go back to the residence?
Yes, I did.
Did you go inside?
Yes, I did.
Did you examine the door and the door frame?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any shards of wood, splintered wood on the ground near the door?
No, sir.
Let me direct your attention to several days later. Let me back up. During the days following the shooting, as a lead detective, did you and other detectives further investigate the case?
Yes, sir.
Did you interview various witnesses and do what detectives do?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to several days later on June 6th of 2023. Did you conduct a second interview with the defendant?
Yes, sir, I did.
Where was that done?
That was also at the Major Crimes Unit within the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
And did the defendant voluntarily come to the sheriff's office to be interviewed?
She was provided with a ride, I believe, yes.
Okay. Who else was involved in that interview?
It was myself and Detective Daniel Pender.
And what does Detective Pender do for the sheriff's office?
And at the time, he was a major crimes detective also.
At the time of the interview, was the defendant under arrest?
No, she was not.
Was the entire interview, the second interview done on June 6th, was it audio and video recorded?
Yes, sir.
Did you again read the defendant Miranda warnings prior to asking her any questions about what happened?
Yes, I did.
Did she again waive those rights and agree to speak with you?
She did.
Did you force her or threaten her in any way to get her to talk to you the second time on June 6th?
No, sir.
Did you promise her anything to get her to talk to you?
I did not.
Showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit U for identification. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it?
It is a video and audio recording of the interview with the defendant on June 6th.
Does that recording fairly and accurately depict the relevant portions of your interview that day?
Yes, sir, it does.
And is your initials on it?
It is.
Have you listened to it?
Yes.
This time, State would move you into evidence as State's 20.
Subject to our previous objections, Your Honor.
I recognize the previous objections, overrule them. It'll be in evidence as states number 20.
Were transcripts also prepared depicting what was said in that interview?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed those transcripts?
I have.
Have you compared the transcripts to the interview to make sure that the transcripts are accurate?
Yes, sir, I have.
Did you also initial and date those transcripts after you were done reviewing them?
Yes, sir, I did.
Your Honor, I don't know if the court wants to take a break at this
Yeah, we'll
point.
take a break before you have another video. So we'll take about a 10-minute break, okay, everybody? Remember to put your notebooks down. Please don't discuss the case. Thank you.
Okay, and they lied because their break at 2:00 does not come back until 3 something, so.
Everyone ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Anything anyone needs to bring up before we bring the jurors back?
No, sir.
Let's bring them back.
Increase the volume at all?
Do it, or I think you can do it. Either way, I can do it.
Increase the volume,
Well,
he said.
technically, what I can do is increase the volume of the microphones and audio system. I can see if that does it.
Okay, you do that, sir.
Transcript or no?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, good reason for that. Gentlemen, I'm going to read to you again the court instruction that would not concern you. Consider you are about Detective Ryan, Susan Lawrence. Responses, they
We know all this.
are proper. Also, as you listen to the recordings, what you read.
Rely on what you hear, not what you read.
It's about an hour long. If you need a break,
Okay, back. We're going back to interrogation. And he said it's about an hour long. So,
Susan?
Okie dokie.
Susan, I appreciate you coming back in and talking.
all the way up here.
You already have a water, is there anything else I can get for you right now?
that's fine.
You're doing okay? All right, very good. Again, if you remember Detective Stiff, this is Detective
I'm
Pender.
Detective Pender. I haven't got a chance to meet you yet, but I'm looking forward to be able to speak with you. I work with Detective Stitt. We work together. I was learning different things, so anyways, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and let him cover what he needs to, and then I'll get a chance to meet you then, okay?
So, Susan, obviously when we spoke the other night, it was kind of a lot of things going on still, a lot of the pieces of what happened were still trying to be put together. Since then, we've obviously talked to a lot more witnesses who were there. We've gained access to some video from around the area of where your complex is located. So during those interviews, during that process of obtaining new stuff, obviously it brings new questions that we wanted to kind of cover with you, try to verify some of the stuff you said, as well as clarify things that we don't quite understand. So I was hoping that we could do that today. Obviously, just like last time, I want to make sure that you understand your rights and everything. So before we get started, I just have to read you the same thing I did last time. Yes. Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer with him, have them present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to execute these rights, not answer any questions, or make any statements. Do you understand each of those rights I've explained to you? Okay. And having those rights in mind, you willing to talk to us now?
Yes.
Okay. So, like I said, we've talked to a bunch of other people since then. Has there been anything that you've thought of since you and I have last talked, in person at least, that you can remember that maybe at the time, because there was a lot of emotions and,
I don't know what else I could tell you honestly.
Okay. So nothing that happened that night that you didn't remember at the time, or you just, like I said, there was a lot going on that you maybe didn't think to say?
I don't know what to tell you because I thought I told you everything.
Okay, all right. So some of the things, like I said, we were just trying to clarify because we were in the room together for a while talking, and we went over a lot of different things. So one of the things I wanted to clarify with you is and try to understand better is when Ajike was at the door, when she approached the door, when was it that you realized that it was her coming to the door?
Because I said, who's there?
Okay, how did you know someone was there initially? Was it
There
because?
was a huge banging.
Okay.
Just pounding at that door.
Okay. So initially, there was no words, it was just the pounding?
Yeah.
That's what started
Yes,
the interaction there?
yes.
And where was the pounding at initially, where it first began?
The front door.
At the front door?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did she, was it just like
It was,
one
no,
or
no, no, it was
several?
just bang, bang, bang.
Okay,
bang.
all right, and then you said you asked her who's there? Okay, and what was said then?
Completely. I think she said, why do you speak to my children this way? And I said, listen, I'm not going to speak to you. Go away. If she had a problem, she should have called you guys. Honestly. I mean, if she really thought there was something seriously wrong, I don't understand why she just came over and just started pounding on my door and, screaming and yelling. So.
And then what happened after you said to go away?
Go away, and then it got quiet for a bit, and then she started really banging, just pounding on that door. She was relentless.
How long is a bit, would you say?
I don't know,
Like
because
5, 10 seconds or 2 minutes? Or?
It was an extended period of time, probably 20 to 30 seconds,
Okay.
easily.
But during that time, you didn't hear anything else? Did you think she went away?
No, I obviously knew she didn't go away because she was screaming while she was pounding.
Describe that, when you say screaming, describe what does that mean?
She was just, you're not supposed to speak to my children this way, why did you, and then she was saying, I'm gonna kill you, and I'm like, holy shit, and that's when
Well, you said there was like the initial barrage of the pounding, and you said, who's there? And she said, what you said about not talking to her children that way.
Yeah.
And then you said it got quiet. So there was no banging, there was no words being
No,
said.
because I thought she went away.
That's what I was asking, basically. I'm sorry if I...
No, it's okay. I thought, all right, she's just gonna do whatever she wants to do.
And you said that was like 20 to 30 seconds?
Yeah.
And then did she start yelling again first, or was there more banging?
It was banging, it was yelling. I thought she was just gonna break down the door.
Okay.
So, my heart was pounding, and I was like, she's really gonna kill me.
Okay,
That's
so...
how I felt.
When she first came up and where were you when she started the beating?
I was
The
in the
very first
bathroom.
time? You were in the bathroom when she started beating? And did you come to the door?
Well, I was approaching the door, and then she started screaming, and I knew who it was. And I said, that's it, I'm not opening this door.
Okay.
Because I figured if she came in, she would just absolutely, pound me into the ground.
All right, and then when it became silent, after that first round of beating on your door, where were you at then? Did you go?
I think I went to wash my hands, honestly.
Okay.
Because I didn't know who was at the door, and I went to know, and then I was like,
Okay.
so I went back and washed my hands.
Okay.
So,
So that's during the time where it was kind of quiet, and you
Yes.
thought that maybe she went away? Okay. And when the banging and the yelling started again, where were you at then?
I think I was in the kitchen.
Okay. All right, and then what happened?
And then she just kept banging and yelling, like, you need to leave, you're trespassing, get off my porch, you know, get out of here, you know, I'm not talking to you, leave.
Okay, who else was outside the door besides Ajike?
No idea.
You don't know?
I have no idea.
Where were the other kids? Because I know the kids had been over there prior to her coming over.
But they
Or,
were right by the, you know, the fences, and then there's a sidewalk. They were right beyond that sidewalk. Inside, it's supposed to be no trespassing.
okay, so they were outside of the fence while she was banging on the door?
I have no idea.
Oh, you're not sure?
I have no idea.
Okay.
You know, you asked me when the kids were there earlier.
Right.
So, and the kids finally, you know, I went inside. I figured they left.
So you didn't know who else was out there at that time? Okay. So you went to the kitchen and she was still pounding on the door and yelling? And I know we've kind of gone over this a lot, but I want to make sure, now we're getting more like in order of things, because the first time we talked, it was kind of just like, it all came out all at once. And now that you've had a little bit of time to kind of think about things that happened again and try to get it in a good order that things happen, because it's very important to be able to say, okay, this happened first, this is what happened next, so that we don't get them confused or anything. So after that initial silence where, well, I wouldn't say silence, but it got quiet, you were washing your hands in the bathroom, and then the pounding and the yelling started again, and you went to the kitchen. What were you doing in the kitchen? Just,
I was looking for my phone.
okay,
So I put my phone down somewhere and I started panicking and I started searching for the phone. And then she just kept banging and banging and banging. I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you, you know, get out of here, you know. And I'm like, I have nowhere to go. I mean, I was in the kitchen, there's the sliders and the sliders always locked. And just that one door, so there's no escape.
Okay.
I couldn't leave, I couldn't get out of there. I was like, Jesus Christ. And she was pounding so hard, the mirror on my wall was shaking.
okay. So that first, I'm sorry to go back, but that first time that she pounds on the door, how long do you think that lasted before there was kind of the silence? I know you said she hit the door, you said, who's there? And that was it. So
Probably 5-10 seconds she was pounding the first time.
okay. And then when it started again, how long, and I'm gonna jump ahead just a little bit, but we'll kind of come back. When she started pounding on the door again and saying all that stuff to the point where you fired the gun, how long do you think that lasted?
2 to 5 minutes.
2 to 5 minutes.
I don't know, it just, everything's kind of, it was a while. I mean, it was a while, and I kept thinking, okay, you guys are gonna show up, you know, because I had called earlier, and no one was coming, I'm like, shit, couldn't find my phone, and she was just banging and banging, screaming at me, telling me, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. I'm like, she's going to kill me this time. That's all I kept thinking, she's literally gonna come in this house and kill me.
Okay. When did you find your phone? At what point?
After I shot her. I just started searching the house frantically until I found it, and I wanted to make sure that I called and said, you know, I shot, because I heard her go, ugh. You
So
know,
where was your phone?
I think it was in my computer room.
In the computer room? Okay.
Oh, my.
So, let me just understand this a little better, because I'm not really sure. So, the woman that got shot, what is her name?
AJ.
AJ. Right, it's AJ.
Yeah.
Okay, and how long have you known her?
I really didn't know her. I just, you know, she was a neighbor across the street.
Okay, so how long has she been a neighbor across the street from you? Help me understand that.
A year and a half, 2 years.
Okay, year and a half and 2 years. And in that year and a half and 2 years, how many times have you guys been able to talk?
We've never talked. It's more like screaming.
Okay, all right. So maybe better would we communicate. How many times have you guys been able to communicate in that year and a half or 2 years?
2-3 times.
2 or 3 times. And in those 2 or 3 times over a year and a half and 2 years, what were you guys screaming about? What were you guys communicating about?
She would take her dog and walk it on my sidewalk to make sure it shit on the sidewalk. And
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You know, of all the places you can walk and take your animal, you're gonna come here. And she
Sure.
said, it's the only place my dog would go to the bathroom.
Okay.
I'm
So-
like, no, I don't think so.
Okay, so you guys would have a disagreement regarding that, some screaming regarding the dog pooping where it shouldn't. What else would you guys communicate about in that 2 or 3 times?
Then one time, she was talking to the neighbors, and she said, oh, that bitch over there is crazy.
Don't let him
And
outside.
no, I'm not gonna, you know, sorry. I walked over, I said, what is your problem? And she just went on a tirade. I have never heard someone scream like this woman. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, she exploded, and I'm like, oh shit.
How long ago was that?
2 months ago.
2 months?
2, 3 months ago. And then she was saying I called her kids all kinds of names, and I'm like, no, I didn't. And the more I said no, the more irate she got. Finally, I'm like, you know what, let me just back up, say yes, I'll apologize, and scurry away.
What kind of things was she saying that you called her kids?
That I called them racial slurs, that I called them slaves, and that's never happened. I mean, when she said, "Oh, why don't you stop already? Stop lying," you know? And I was like, you know.
Okay, but then we're talking about what happened there today, and this woman that she passed away. You said that you guys have yelled at each other 3 or 4 times in about a year and a half to 2 years. Is that right?
Yes.
And the last time she yelled at you a lot. Did you ever, I've worked as a patrol deputy for years before becoming a detective. Did you guys ever get in like a fight in the street or anything like that? No, nothing like that.
You couldn't be kidding me. I'm sorry.
I gotta ask, I guess I don't know you that well.
Okay.
Did she ever brandish a weapon or anything like that or something?
The only thing she ever did is she picked up the no trespassing sign and threw it at me and hit me.
Okay.
Ma'am, ma'am, that, he said, I'm trying to write as I talk. He said, has she ever brandished a weapon? Would you shut the hell up? I'm having a conversation here. Hang on, let me get rid of him. Okay. What I was trying to say before I was rudely interrupted by Meat, was they, and look who just come up here, getting all up in my shit. Just say hello and be done with it, okay? Go away. He's wanting to be involved today. I don't know what he's never wanted to be involved. And he's like right here up in, look, see? Your sister said she's gonna make you watch Old Yeller. Yes. Oh, yes, she will. You need to go. Go right now. Go. Here, you want another one? Here. Take it and go. Right over there. Oh, Lord, them animals. I got to be the center of attention. Okay, so what I was trying to say was he asked her, has she ever brandished a weapon? Okay, this is where I was going with this. He asked her, has she ever brandished a weapon? She said, no, but she picked up the sign and threw it at me and hit me. Ma'am, come on. I'm sure that broke your fifis. You went inside and pounded like a 2-year-old. And, if you had children, you probably would call your children and say, hey, this neighbor did this to me, blah, blah, blah. He asked, has she ever brandished a weapon? And you want to bring up that she pulled the sign out of the yard and threw it at you. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry.
I know that the police came out a lot of times. Did the police ever come out for that time when she threw the sign?
Yeah, and then everybody in the neighborhood said, oh, we didn't see anything.
Okay.
So it was a he said, she said, so they said they couldn't charge anything.
Sure.
I'm like, all right.
And obviously you have a firearm. I haven't had a chance to ask you about this. Now, is that a gun that you've had for years? Or you just had it for a couple of weeks? Help me understand that.
No, over a year.
Okay, over a year. And where do you normally keep that secured in the house?
That's usually next. It was in a garbage can next to my bed.
Okay. And is it like?
Now, that was the Remington that you're talking about that you got over a year ago?
Yes.
Okay, so when we were at the house, there was the other one, the 22, was a Ruger.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you had that firearm?
A few months.
Just a few months?
Yeah,
A few months?
And the only reason I did it is because it was so expensive to shoot the Remington.
Oh, with the 380 rounds?
The 380, yeah,
expensive,
way more expensive. So I got the little thing.
I'm sorry. Am I hearing this correctly? Am I hearing this correctly? She went and bought the 22 Ruger because the other one was too expensive to fire. But that's the one she used.
A few months.
Just a few months?
Yeah, not very long. And the only reason I did it is because it was so expensive to shoot the Remington.
Oh, with the 380 rounds?
The 380, yeah,
expensive,
way more expensive. So I got the little plinker, just target practice and stuff like that.
Are you experienced with firearms? You got two guns, and it sounds like you have the little plinker, and you know about the price of ammo. Are you well versed with them?
I used to be terrified of firearms.
Uh-huh.
And then a friend said, you know, you really can't defend yourself. He said, you should think about getting a gun.
Okay.
So,
When did you first get a gun? Was it just, or did you have other guns historically?
no, I never did.
Okay.
I first bought a 9mm, but it was just way too much gun for me, so I sold it.
Uh-huh.
And then I got the little 380.
Okay. And did you go to any kind of training for those using guns, like going to the range, or tell me about that?
Went to the range, watched videos, you know, all the other stuff, self-educating, and I was going to go take a permit to carry course,
Sure.
and I didn't get around to it.
Yeah, okay. So you were self-training yourself, you had plans to do that in the future, but it didn't come to that. So thank you for helping me understand that. And describe to me, AJ, you've only had these arguments with her a few times, but what I'm confused about is that we're talking about her banging on it 3 times, and then there's the pause, and there's everything else you just described to Detective Stitt. And you said that this was the time that she was going to come and kill you. That's confusing to me because it sounds like you guys really didn't have any other times that she was going to come and kill you.
No, she was saying she's going to kill me. I mean, she was verbalizing it. She was saying, I'm going to kill you.
Okay.
It's not like this is the time she's going to come and kill me.
So I'm trying to get into your mind.
Give me a second. Let me go put him somewhere because I cannot concentrate. He's over here whining in my ear. Just give me just a second to put him somewhere, okay? He's going to go in his kennel. Just give me a minute. Okay, he's in his kennel. Goodness gracious, I couldn't do anything. He kept getting up in my face.
Trying to be brought to that moment to why you believe that. And we were talking, you were in the bathroom. Any other time going to come and kill you. That's confusing, Detective Stitt. And you said that this was the time that she was going to come and kill you. That's confusing to me because it sounds like you guys really didn't have any other times that she was going to come and kill you.
No, she was saying she's going to kill me. I mean, she was verbalizing it. She was saying, I'm going to kill you.
Okay.
It's not like this is the time she's going to come and kill me.
So I'm trying to get into your mind, and I'm trying to be brought to that moment to why you believe that. And we were talking, you were in the bathroom, then you were in the kitchen. I mean, I know that she's saying something, and you're inside your house, and she's on the other side of that wall and that door. Were you able to ever see her to see if she had anything in her hands?
There's no peephole in her hands.
There's no peephole, thanks. Okay. Were you able to look through a window or anything to see if she had anything in her hands or anything?
No.
Okay. So you don't know if what's going on, but you can hear her voice.
Yes.
And you said that she's hitting the wall hard enough that, was it the door?
Mirror.
That the mirror's moving?
Yes.
And she's hitting the door?
She's hitting me.
Okay. There's no peephole or anything like that. You don't know who all's out there, but you can hear her voice?
Yes.
Okay. What made you shoot that spot on the door? It sounds like you had some experience with the gun, so describe, bring me to that moment what happened?
I grabbed the gun, I was shaking like a leaf, and the more she found me, the more she screamed. I was like, stop, go away, move away. She wouldn't move away, and finally, I'm going to kill you, and that was the last time, and I just fired the weapon.
Okay, was there a spot you picked or something like that?
I just kind of, there was the door, I knew she was at the door, shot the door.
So since the last time you and I talked, I went in the house, we, did
She said, I knew she was at the door, so I just at the door. I'm sorry, that.
Like that?
I just kind of, there was the door, I knew she was at the door, shot the door.
So since the last time you and I talked, I went in the house, we, did the stuff inside the house as far as photographing and looking at where everything is at related to where the door is. And you said you had shot from the kitchen, so when you come in, it's like
Kitchen
a
table.
kitchen table?
The table that's there, the 2 seats with the table.
Okay.
That's where I shot from.
That's where you shot from. Okay. Like right next to it,
Yes,
or like further back?
it was, I remember the table being there.
Okay. How were you holding the gun when you fired it?
Like
With
that.
2 hands?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you were initially in the kitchen when, well, you went to the restroom and then you were in the kitchen looking for your phone while she was pounding on the door. And you said that this, you believe it was between 2 and 5 minutes?
Yes.
Was that total time before, from when the first pounding started to the time that you fired the shot, 2 to 5 minutes? Or do you think it was shorter time than that or
To
longer?
me, it seemed like 2 to 5 minutes.
2 to 5 minutes total?
Well, by the time I shot the weapon, at least 5 minutes.
Okay. Did she ever try to open that glass sliding door or open the door handle or anything like that? Or was it just the
I
pounding?
just remember her pounding and pounding and pounding.
Okay. So you said that you kept the firearm in the trash can in the bedroom, so at some point, did you go?
Yes,
So you thought about it and said, I might need this, or?
absolutely. I mean, I got terrified. I mean, I was so terrified she was going to come in and kill me.
Okay, so you left the kitchen area?
Yes.
And that's when you went to your bedroom?
Yes,
Okay. Where was the other gun at that time, do you know?
I thought it was right there.
The Ruger?
I thought the river was right there.
I mean, we found, yeah, it was, but you said that you used the 380, right?
Yeah.
When you fired the gun? Okay. Is there any reason why you chose that gun aside the other one? They were both loaded, right?
They were both loaded. I was just the one I picked up.
Okay, did you handle the other gun at all?
I don't remember. Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay. Because the reason I asked is when we went in there, the 22 is actually on top of the 380. So, you know, I'm just trying to figure out how it is that you went in there, took the 380, fired the 380, went back, and you would have put it back in there, but then the other gun was on top of it. So I'm just trying to figure out if maybe, you know, you're just moving stuff around after things happened or something fell. I'm just trying to understand.
It may have fallen off the bed. I don't know. I just remember looking for my phone, and I just remember I put the gun back, and so, there's all kinds of papers in there, so it could have flip-flopped.
Is that an actual, like, do you use it for trash, or are those important papers that were in
Those
there?
were papers that I keep.
Okay. All right. So you said it was about, let me ask you this, and maybe this can,
Ma'am, we have these things called filing cabinets, or you can buy a file folder. You keep your important papers in a trash can. Muffins, don't ever look in my trash can for important papers because you're not going to find them, love. Get out. You keep your important papers in a trash can.
kind of help us get a better time frame. From the time that you called 911, these kids are on my property and they're yelling, what happened that first 911 call? That time that you hung up with 911, how long before she showed up and she was pounding on the door? After you hung up?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay. So about 10 minutes after you disconnected and they said, hey, we have deputies on the way, 10 minutes after that is when she started pounding on your door. Okay. And you say anywhere, you believe from 2 to 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there, and I just want to be clear, 2 to 5 minutes from the first time she pounded to the time where you felt in danger enough to pull the trigger?
Yeah.
Okay. And how many times, I know this is, how many times do you think she was hitting your door during that time frame that you believe is about 2 to 5 minutes?
She just kept pounding it. Just kept pounding it and pounding it.
You so just
She was
more than
screaming.
5, more than 50? Like,
God, it had to be, I don't know. I can't even speculate. I just remember her pounding and screaming and yelling.
okay. And did you call 911 immediately after?
As soon as I found my phone.
Okay. How much time do you think after you fired the shot?
A few seconds.
So within
I
a
said
minute?
within a
And
minute,
you
yes.
immediately called 911?
Yes.
Did you call anyone else before?
No.
Did you call anyone else after?
No, I don't think so, because you guys were here. I mean, you guys came right away.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so we're just trying to figure out where some of these, we heard that you said the F word and the B word, these are what the kids are saying.
I definitely dropped F-bombs.
Okay, and what are you saying the F word to?
Pick your fucking shit up.
Referring to stuff on the ground or something? And when we, sure, okay. So Detective Stith has been talking to you about the timeline, okay? And some of the work we've done. Now, this is a picture that I draw. I'm not an artist at all, but when I tell you some of the work we've done, we spoke to all the people over. This is your house, by the way. Okay, this is we'll put an S for you. We spoke to everybody in these buildings. We spoke to them all in these buildings, and we talked to anybody that had cameras that would see different areas. These cameras, they hear things. We're able to hear audio. We're able to hear things like that. And everyone that we interviewed, I pretty much got the same, Detective Stith, I think we all got the same statement from every single person we interviewed. We lined up, well, we didn't line them up. These people were interviewed in different locations. Some of them were interviewed in different buildings, in different places. I interviewed them at different houses, and all these people provided me similar statements, okay? No one that provided these, now these people could hear her talking, okay? Because she was talking loudly. You said that you could hear it through the wall, and I can agree with that, okay? She made a statement, something to the effect of, why'd you take my kid's iPad? Okay, somebody heard her say that.
I never touched an iPad. I never saw the iPad. I don't know what this iPad is
A
about.
tablet or something like that?
Again, no tablet, no iPad, no electronics at all. It was never there, or at least I never saw it.
Okay.
So I have no idea.
Was she, maybe she's wrong, but was she asking you about a tablet or accusing you of something with a tablet or an iPad? I don't know if it's an iPad or a tablet. She could have? She
could have.
Okay, you seem unsure of some of the stuff she's saying through the door. Did she say, you're not really sure if she said that?
She could have said it during her rants.
Okay. She's saying these things. The thing is everything that we've learned so far, I have not learned of her ever saying to you that she wanted to get into the house. It sounded more like she wanted to talk to you outside of the house.
How do you want to talk to outside the house when you're banging and screaming?
Yeah.
That's not reasonable.
One of the people said that she said, "Come outside."
That's not, I'm sorry.
Come
That's
out.
not what?
It's not reasonable and prudent. I mean, you just don't, bang and expect someone to come out. Yeah, I think I'll come outside so you can,
Well, I know. I mean,
seriously.
What she's learned, what I'm learning, what these people said is that she was saying to come outside. She wanted to confront you about something. She wanted you to come outside. Do you remember her making statements and asking you to come out there and talk to her?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay, so you don't remember that, and you seem unsure about some of the statements she made about the tablet. No one that we've interviewed so far has made any statements about her saying that she wanted to kill you.
That's what I heard.
Okay. You said you were so in fear and you're shaking. Is your memory affected regarding this incident in some way?
I just remember being terrified that she was banging and screaming, and I just remember hearing her say, "I'm going to kill you." Her son, early in the night, before I called the police, I don't know how old he is, but he said, "I'm going to make sure you get killed tonight."
Which son? She has two sons.
I know.
Get out, lady.
Remember.
Nope. Sheila calls bullshit. Nope. Nope. Nope.
It's wacky nonsense.
Oh, no. We're going to rewind that. That was enough. Son said earlier in the night. Y'all, pay attention. No.
I just remember hearing her say, "I'm going to kill you." Her son, early in the night, before I called the police, I don't know how old he is, but he said, "I'm going to make sure you get killed tonight."
Which son? She has two sons.
I know. I remember. It was one of her sons, but he was there. He's like, "I'm going to make sure you get killed. I'm going to make sure that you know." I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Has this person ever showed you a weapon or anything like that?
No. But, I mean, the little kid said it, and then all of a sudden his mom's coming over, and she's banging and screaming, and...
Now, I asked you this earlier, you said you can't see out there, but you've only seen her a few times.
Mm-hmm.
What means does she have to harm you through the wall?
Like I said, she was banging so much, everything was shaking and moving.
Now that house,
Which I couldn't believe because it's a cement block house.
That was my next question. So it's a cement block house, and the door, the deadbolt was activated, right?
The deadbolt, was that
Okay.
right? And you
I
just didn't
don't-
have the chain lock?
I don't, I was gonna say, I remember I didn't have the chain. I'm not quite sure if I had the deadbolt on or not.
Okay. I believe the last time we talked, you said you had the deadbolt, but you didn't want to get back close to the door to do the chain, is from what I recall. And you said you had the extra long deadbolt just installed, what was it, recently?
Charles did it.
Okay, Charles.
So that's what so the deadbolt's activated, the door's closed, it's a block house. I'm just trying to understand what made you so in fear of this woman if you have these things between you.
When we had spoken previously on the other time when she screamed at me and I finally acquiesced, I said, whatever you want, I'm so sorry. She followed me a foot behind me up until I went into the house. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, she gave me the creeps.
What happened during that incident where she followed you? What was the conversation?
She said, oh, you called my kids, I can't remember, I think a nigger and a slave or something stupid like that. And I'm like, okay, whatever, yes, I'm sorry, I apologize. And I finally said, I'm gonna leave this alone. I don't need, to get killed in the street.
Did she tell you if she had recordings of you saying that? Or like one of the kids?
I have no idea.
But you apologized and she continued to follow you anyway?
Yeah, she followed me anyway.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
She finally just went away.
Okay. How long ago was that?
That was like a month or two ago.
Okay. And was that an incident dealing with, she had the dog and the kids were over there?
No.
No, that was something different?
Something different.
Okay. And I think that was, I want to say, was it April? Does that sound right with you had called because, again, the kids were over there, the dog was over there? Does that sound about right? Okay, but that was a different incident.
Yeah, it was a different incident, yes.
And where were you at when you had that conversation where she started following you? Where were you?
I was in the street.
Okay. Like by the mailboxes or
No, I was close to her driveway.
close to her driveway? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did she make any threats of physical violence to you then?
Remember? I honestly can't remember.
Okay.
She was following you and that made you feel creepy, right? Or creeped you out, I think is the word you said?
Yeah.
Okay, but there wasn't any threats of physical violence then. And you said,
Why would you, if the conversation is over, why would you still pursue someone? I mean, to me.
Was she still saying things? Was she still?
No, she just followed me,
followed
and I just felt like, at any point in time, she could knock me down and do something, and I was like, oh my God. And I didn't want to deal with her anymore.
and was it only her kid that you called a slave, or was there other kids in the
I
neighborhood?
never called anyone a slave.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said
No,
sorry for it.
I said I'm sorry for it because I didn't know how else to diffuse the situation.
Okay, so you told her that you did say that, but you're saying that you were saying it to diffuse the situation?
Yes, absolutely.
So have you ever called any of those kids?
So, Susan, I'm looking at this from the outside here, and this really is not adding up.
Y'all, just because that deadbolt shit is pissing me off.
One time replaced the whole door as a new door, and with the deadbolt and regular lock.
And did you put the chain that we see above as well, or was that somebody else put that in?
No, I recall, I think Susan asked for me to put that on there.
So this door had a chain, a deadbolt, and a lock.
Yes.
Was the deadbolt a normal deadbolt, or was it an extra long deadbolt?
No, it's just standard.
Okay.
It's standard. That's the landlord. It's standard. Sorry, that deadbolt situation was pissing me off.
You used the word reasonable and prudent earlier. That's an interesting series of words to use. That's like a series of words that we use as law enforcement officers when we try to look at things. And there's a big jump here that you're making logically that I can't seem to make the jump. I'm having a really hard time getting there. You've known this woman for 1.5 to 2 years. Your only communications were 2 to 3 times. The dog's pooping, and then there was another time where you called her, you said, I'm sorry about calling your kids some names, and she followed behind you. You thought that was creepy. She's never threatened you. She's never displayed a firearm towards you. She starts yelling on your patio area, banging hard on your door, which your door is locked, and then you're scared. Now you're saying that you're scared, which, okay, I can get to that. I can get to that point that you're scared there's someone knocking on your door.
No, it wasn't knocking, it was pounding.
Pounding. There's someone pounding on your door. Right. There's someone pounding on your door. They're pounding on your door, and I can't get to the point where pounding on the door leads to you being hurt or killed. I can't get
Because I
how
thought
we
she
get
was gonna
there.
break the door down. The door, you could see that it was all repaired and re-repaired and all that crap like that, so I never felt that door was secure.
You have an extended deadbolt, and you've never been in any kind of violent situation where someone's kicked in your door or like Kool-Aid Man through your.
So my question would be, should she be more scared? Because she doesn't have that extended deadbolt she thinks she has. I'm just asking. She keeps talking about this extended deadbolt, so this super idea that's going to keep her house from being door kicked in, blah, blah, blah. But she's going to shoot through it. But it's that deadbolt. And look, this man just said the Kool-Aid Man. We got to rewind. All I said, and I feel like, hey.
Like that, so I never felt that door was secure.
You have an extended deadbolt, and you've never been in any kind of violent situation where someone's kicked in your door or like Kool-Aid Man through your entire wall. There has not been that situation. So I'm trying to do the reasonable and prudent. I'm trying to come into your shoes there, and I'm having a hard jump there because describe to me, AJ, what does she look like?
Tall black woman, heavy set,
Okay. Does she have a very muscular? You've only known her for a year and a half. You only had so many communications. I mean, is she like a muscular person that's able to, like, I don't know, do extreme feats of strength? Does she weight train her front yard? Help me understand this. That's what I'm trying. I'm having a hard time with this.
It's not belief, she's just trying to understand how we got from the point of someone.
And I don't see how that is entire. Were you on alcohol or anything like? I gotta ask these questions. Were there anything in your mind that would impair yourself in your judgments?
I took Belbuca earlier in the day.
What is that?
It's it was for my back.
Okay, is that a narcotic?
Yes.
I'm not a muscle relax. I'm guessing here.
No, it's a pain reliever.
Okay, it's a pain reliever.
Mm.
And does that have like something on the bottle that it would?
It's a film.
Okay, does that like don't use motor vehicles or something like that? What does it do to you? How does it make you feel?
It just makes me sleepy.
It's called, what is it called?
Belbuca.
Belbuca.
B-E-L-B-U-C-A.
Okay.
Does that have to do with your artery issue in your kidney?
No, I had a car wreck. So I had a fusion on my lower back. I'm sorry, fusion in my neck and then laminectomy in my lower back.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got this thing that goes backwards. So I have some issues.
Okay.
And I have a torn rotator cuff.
Okay. And do you have issues with any kind of previous from the car accident? I have to ask.
Okay. Yeah, neither have I. So here you go. We are also a learning channel. Belbuca is a brand name for a prescription opioid medication containing buprenorphine, which is used to manage severe chronic pain. Unlike many other oral opioids, Belbuca is administered as a dissolvable film placed inside the cheek. It provides brain relief by binding the brain's opioid receptors, but it only partially activates them, unlike a full agonist like morphine. The particular activation has a ceiling effect. Here, let me drop this. I've never heard of this. The partial activation has a ceiling effect, meaning that after a certain dose, increasing the amount of medication does not increase the effect. This reduces the risk of overdose. I'm with Lois. I'm not okay with this. And when was the last dose she took before all this happened? It's exactly it is under the influence of anything. That will add a aggression, not an aggression, but a aggravation to your charges if you're under the influence. Oh my goodness.
Injury which would impair your memory or affect your memory or anything like that?
I don't remember. I think I hit my head on the steering wheel from the accident.
Okay. Do you suffer time and spatial memory issues where you can't remember a certain amount of time and things like that? And the reason that I ask that is you have indicated that this was somewhere between like 5 to 10 minutes or something. Am I getting that right, Detective Stiff? Okay. From the cameras that we've looked at in the area here, this incident did not last for 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, from the people that we spoke to, there's aspects of this that I can agree about. She's talking loud. She's banging on that door. We're going to agree with that. But the actual number of knocks, you did 3 knocks, and then you said there was a pause.
I never said 3.
Well, you said bang, 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 and then she stopped, which I counted 3. Now,
okay.
If there was something different, you can tell me. I'm remembering earlier. You said bang, bang, bang. There was 3. Then she stopped, and then she continued to, and then what happened happened.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing has led me to believe as an investigator that it was like 5 to 10 minutes, okay?
Okay, maybe it just seemed like it was longer.
Okay.
Probably because, the adrenaline rush and just getting so upset.
Sure. Whenever adrenaline comes in, it can make things seem like they stretch out. From some of the other statements we've got, some of the things that we've learned, it sounds more like there was 3 knocks and then there was 3 more and then she was shot. It sounds like this was very quick. It sounds like this was like within a span of less than 20 seconds is what I would say. Is it possible that your time is off on this?
Could be.
Okay.
Because to me, it felt like forever.
Okay.
So
if this is like what's being described as a 20-second, this is a brief encounter. It's a brief encounter with loud banging, with loud yelling. The statements that some of the statements that you're saying occurred, like I'm going to kill you and those kind of threats. No one else has heard you. No one else has heard her make those statements.
Okay.
Okay. In your head. Are you not sure about some of the things we've talked about today? Regarding some of the things you're saying that you heard, is it possible she never threatened you at all?
Oh, I swear to God, I thought she said, I'm going to kill you. I mean, that's why I just panicked. As soon as those words came out of her mouth, I was like, Jesus Christ, she's going to kill me.
Okay. And how did you imagine yourself being killed? Remembering that there's that block wall, that door, how was she going to be able to do that? What makes you think that she was able to do that?
She was still pounding, but that she could have come right through that glass wall. I mean, the glass door.
Well, we talked about pounding on the door. Did she ever pound on the glass wall? Was it a window or wall? Help me.
It's doors. It's sliders.
Glass sliding door.
Yeah.
She pounded on that?
She may have. I don't know. Well, I kept thinking that she's going to gain entrance. She's going to kill me.
And that's why I asked you earlier if you recalled if she tried to. Was that door locked? The sliding glass door? Does that say? Do you have like anything?
I had I think there was a wood piece
in the slider?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't recall if she tried that door?
I just remember lots of pounding.
Lots of pounding.
Just to me, it was just an enormous amount of pounding, screaming, yelling, and, I felt like she was going to come through that door.
And I think Detective Pender touched on it. Like, in your head, during the panic, during all these thoughts, what did you feel that was going to happen?
And she's going to come in there and beat the shit out of me until I was dead.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I felt. I mean, I don't understand why she came over my house. If there was all these issues and problems, why didn't you just call somebody? To me, that's what you would do if you're normal. That's a normal thing to do. If something happens to me, I call the police. Like, okay, the kids are being in line or she's banging, but when I couldn't find my phone and everything, I was just like, shit. I honestly, I felt she was going to kill me.
Okay, so during that time, you had hung up with 911, you still estimate approximately 10 minutes before the banging started?
Yes.
And then, you're saying anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes or longer that the banging and the yelling lasted. However, as Detective Pender mentioned, we've reviewed video, we've talked to multiple people out there who all kind of give a similar, everybody's perspective is different, and that's why I asked you this same question a couple of times, because people's perspectives, we could be both looking at the same thing, and later on, you asked me one, and you asked us the same question, and we have different reactions, different answers, because we focus on different things, we remember different things, that's why everybody's unique, and that's just the way it is. But to be that similar in some of the specifics of what we're really looking at, we're talking about a very tight, a much more tighter time frame of this incident that happened at your front door before that shot was fired. So is that possible? Is that feasible that it was a shorter time frame?
To me, it felt, I'm giving you what I felt and what I thought it was.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
Now that you're out of the moment, I mean, do you think that she could somehow get through that wall now that you're out, now that you're not in the house anymore, and that
I
you
still feel that fear. I just still feel she was coming at me. I'm sorry, it's what I feel.
okay?
I just, it's been playing in my head over and over again, and I just kept thinking of that and how terrified I was.
Was your goal to
Those are the words you need to keep repeating in order to use a stand your ground defense that's not going to work out for you.
shoot and kill her?
No.
What was your goal?
To shoot and hopefully, she'd hear the shot and dissipate.
But you took aim at the door, is that right?
Yes.
Knowing she was on
Okay.
the other side.
And the goal was to strike the door and to dissipate it. I'm having a really hard time making this jump here, that this unarmed person on the other side of the wall is somehow gonna get into your house and kill you. I'm just really having a hard time getting there. Some of these doors open inwards, outwards. I don't know which way your door opens. Which way does it open? It opens outward?
I think it opens out.
Okay. So
It
opens inwards.
It opens inwards. Okay. So I'm really having a hard time understanding, like, how you, if you could go back in time, would you not do what you did? Would you take it back and I don't know, wait however long it took for the police to get there? I'm trying to understand that. Would you feel like you did something wrong here?
I did what I felt I had to. I honestly thought she was going to kill me. That's all I felt. I just felt that terror. It was sheer terror.
So, I want to.
Ma'am, there was no remorse or no take backs of what you, there was no, oops, I wouldn't do it again. No, just.
To the house that morning, when I met you out there, first of all, I looked at the door, we processed the door just to see what areas might have been touched by AJ. I looked at the door frame where it had been repaired, it looked like there was a type of putty or something used where the wood frame had been separated. I examined the deadbolt lock, the strike plates were in there pretty fastened, pretty securely. The bottom lock, just the doorknob lock. And even when the door closed, I stood on the outside. There were no indentations, no dents in the door anywhere that I could see. And I'm not trying to take away the fears of being scared and everything, because I think that is a legitimate, scary situation to be put in. But to justify to go from being scared to a point where you're taking deadly force on someone who's standing on the other side of the door and you don't even know where you're shooting at. That's a big jump, and I think that's where Detective Pender is.
It could have been one of the kids standing there or something.
But it was her standing there. I heard her voice.
Sure, but some people don't talk.
Yeah, there could have been exactly. He is right. He's right on point. There could have been a kid standing there next to her. There could have been a kid standing in front of her as she's pounding on the door. There's so many.
Break in there before, right? Okay, no break-ins there.
Never been broken into.
There's
Okay.
the rod in the track. Did you have, I know that you spoke to this woman 2 or 3 times before. Did you speak to her earlier that day on Friday?
No.
Okay, so you didn't talk to her earlier that day, Friday. There wasn't, did you have any conflicts with anybody in particular on Friday at all?
Just the kids when they're, well, it wasn't a conflict, I just told them, come on, and stop trespassing, you know, move along, take your, the kids kept putting things out. They had marbles by my truck. They put their skates out. I took over the skate one morning that I had to leave very early, and I'm like, crap. And I'm like, stop leaving your freaking toys here, you know. I'm not the most stable person, you know, with my knees and stuff like that, so when I'm walking. If I fall again, you know, who the hell knows what's gonna happen between my back and my knees and, you know, the other injury. And I don't understand why they just keep leaving their crap there, and I'm like, it's.
That sounds frustrating.
It's extraordinarily frustrating.
You said there was a skate. Was there something that happened with the skate on Friday?
When the kids were there, yeah, they keep leaving the skates really close to the house. I'm like, stop already, you know, because when you go around and you do stuff and you're bringing packages in, sometimes I bring your truck up. I'm like, I don't want to walk with your skates and shit. I'm like, pick your damn shit up. So
where were those skates when you picked them up?
I want to say that they were maybe 5-6 feet of the sidewalk.
On the grass?
Yes.
Okay. And you took some photograph, or took a photograph of that with your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a video at some point, it looked like you were taking a picture or a video through the screen from you being inside to them outside? Because it looked like there was a bunch of them kind of further out in the field, but there was a lot of kids playing out there, and I guess.
The screaming, you heard how much they were screaming over the TV.
Okay, so when you went out there, and one of AJ's kids was out there, and this is around the time frame where you threw the skates out into the yard or something like that. But this is also, so that was what was reported to us from a few people.
Yes.
But also during that time frame was where that tablet situation came up. So is there any reason?
I don't know what this tablet thing is.
It's like an Amazon tablet, electronic tablet.
I never saw the tablet, never. He kept saying, where's my tablet, where's my tablet? I had black.
Oh, so he did ask you about it, but you didn't have it?
Of course not.
So you never.
I never saw it, never picked it, never touched it up, nothing.
Why would he make that part up?
I have no idea.
Because he said, and it really doesn't change. It doesn't change anything. I'm just trying to understand. He said that he was going to the basketball courts after they played in the field, and he's like, I forgot my tablet, and he comes over and he sees you holding it, and he says, put it down, and you kind of tossed it down, and then that's when you threw the skates, and one of them hit him in the toe or the foot or something like that.
No, because they were standing here and I threw it with my left hand.
Okay.
I made sure that I just threw them over to the other side.
And that's when you told him to fetch or something?
Yes.
You told him to
I
fetch
said, you can
it?
go fetch it over there now.
Okay.
Because he said, give me my skates.
Mhm.
Get your skates. I'm like, here, go get them.
You already had them in your hand at that point? Or
I
he said,
think
give them
so.
to you? Okay. What were you going to do with them?
Just throw them on the other side. Just get them away.
So
So you don't remember the tablet or anything
It
like
was
that?
never a time.
she doesn't remember picking up, but she remembers picking up the skates and throwing the skates and saying, fetch, bitch.
Never saw a tablet, never touched a tablet, never. I don't know where the hell the tablet came from. So I have no idea.
And then the situation with the umbrella, I know we had talked about it a little bit before, but do you remember who that was out there when, was that when, excuse me, was that when the older, AJ's older came over? What was he saying to you?
That's when he has said, I said, you guys need to leave. He said, I don't need to leave. I can go anywhere I want. It's, you know, I forget what the hell he said. Just something to the effect that I have no limits where I can go. I'm like, okay.
Okay, but he wasn't the one that was there when you tossed the roller skates into the yard? It was the other child?
It should have been both boys.
Were they both there with the roller skate thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you came out, the umbrella that was behind your door, was that the one?
Yes.
Okay, and what exactly happened with that? Because that's another one of those things where we were talking to people who were right there, kind of, they already heard some yelling and back and forth, so they're kind of watching, and
They've been trouble with my hands, so.
swinging the umbrella?
Yeah, just, you know, come on guys, leave, you know,
Okay.
and gesturing, so.
How
Y'all believe that? You believe that story? She was talking with her hands, and she just so happened to have the umbrella in it and was swinging it. But she talks with her hands.
How far away were they when you were doing this?
Oh my
Where do you
gosh.
think you were at?
I remember being on the sidewalk, and then they were at least 5-7 feet away from me.
Okay.
They weren't even close.
What did they do when you were swinging it around?
Nothing.
They didn't do
There
anything?
was no reaction.
They didn't say anything? They didn't back away?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay.
It didn't rain on Friday. Why did you have an
I thought
umbrella?
it was raining. We had precip, and I thought when the kids got quiet that it rained finally and they went home.
So that's why you had the umbrella out?
Yes.
I know, and that's what she keeps saying. She thought it was raining. It wasn't.
So it sounds like there's a lot of things going on with the kids that day. It sounds like you're taking videos. It sounds like the skates are in the way. You had to throw those because she says, "Give me the skates." You throw the skates, and then you're swinging the umbrella because they're not getting away. There's a lot going on with the kids. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Are the kids yelling that day?
Oh, they were screaming and yelling.
Screaming and yelling? Okay. It sounds like there was things going on with them, and then one of the kids' moms comes up to your house and knocks on the door. Is that right? Did she say what she was knocking on the door about? I don't remember if we covered that.
With AJ? Yes.
Yes, AJ. Was it about the umbrella, the skates, or something different? Because
I
there's a
want to
lot.
speak to you because you're talking to my sons. I don't like the way you're talking to my sons.
Okay, so she bangs on the door and she wants to, because we've talked about all the things that happened that day. She's banging on the door and she wants to address you regarding how you're talking to her sons.
Yes.
And there's already been that prior incident in the 2 or 3 times that you guys met, and one of those times it was you're talking to her sons and you're saying like racial things like that, racial slurs.
I didn't say racial slurs.
She said that you did.
She said that I
Okay.
did.
So it sounds like she has a reason that she wants to talk to you, and she's banging on your door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But she's enraged, she's screaming, she's not acting to me would be like a normal, average, everyday, reasonable person. I mean, to me, that was someone who was really angry.
You're for certain that when you went to retrieve your gun, that's where you keep it in that trash can, that's where it was at? I'm sorry, did you remember
No,
what you were talking about? I didn't ask you this before, but I saw inside you have like, it's almost a home office set up.
Mhm.
Do you work from home?
Yes.
You do? So you're pretty much, you're always there and you're always
Yes.
having to be
Mhm.
susceptible to whatever they
Exactly.
do.
Okay, I kind of want to go through my notes real quick,
Mm-hmm.
make sure we cover everything. We covered a lot of things. Can I get you another water or anything while I go through this? Okay. Yeah, let me go through the notes and make sure we didn't miss anything here. And, we'll be right back in.
Is there anything else that you need right now? Use the restroom or anything? Use the restroom? Okay, give me just 1 second. Make sure the
Walk down the hall so
restroom's
you don't have to
clear.
walk.
I was wondering if this is where they left it.
Okie dokie.
We go to the bathroom? All right, so while we were in there going over everything, and my supervisor came in, he's actually kind of been listening a little. And something that caught my ear, like when we were talking earlier, you had mentioned the words, and I asked you to repeat it because I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. You had mentioned terminology like reasonable and prudent in reference to how AJ was acting at your door while she was trespassing and everything. Where did that come from, that terminology? Is that
Watching TV.
watching TV? Okay. Like documentary stuff or like what?
Probably just crime shows and stuff.
Crime shows, okay. And I have to ask you this, have you done any research on like the laws as far as like in Florida, as far as self-defense and things like that?
I looked at it today.
You looked at it today?
When I was on Facebook, just some things that, they had up on Facebook.
Describe that. What did you, specifically, what you were reading about and learning about?
They said self-defense, and I'm trying to think of what else I looked at today. crap, mostly emails. But I just remember saying self-defense, and there was a bunch of lawyers and stuff like that.
So, prior to today, even the last time that you and I spoke on very early Saturday morning, you had used some of that same kind of terminology in describing the situation that occurred at your front door. Prior to today, had you ever done any kind of research like that? And before I ask, let me just say, if we were to look through everything in your phone or your home desktop computer, is there anything kind of research on your internet history that would show that you've done research on like self-defense? Or have you ever heard of the term stand your ground?
Yes.
Have you ever done any kind of research on that?
Yes, when it was mentioned on some guy shot someone at a convenience store, and they said stand your ground now.
Was that like a Florida situation? Because I know every state
Yes.
has kind of different laws.
I think it was Florida. I think it was Florida.
Okay. And when was that?
A couple years ago.
It was years ago?
That was a years ago thing.
So nothing recent that would be on like your internet browser history?
I just looked it up today.
Right, but I mean, other than, basically before this incident occurred at your door, but we're not talking about like a couple years ago. We're talking about within the last few months, would there be, because your internet browser, even if you delete it or you go on private browser, if you know, we take a look at those things, because we did go through your phone, the judge signed an order for us to be able to do that. So if that were the case, if we were just to look through that, would there show anything that you were looking up, stand your ground or self-defense laws in Florida on the internet?
I don't know, I look up tons of stuff.
Is it a possibility that you looked that up?
Could have been, I don't know.
Okay.
I look up, I just,
And the reason I ask is I'm
I
trying
just
to,
go and see why the laws were, you know, so I want to know why, like if they have an article, what happened in the situation, what, you know.
well, Susan, I think you know the reason why I'm asking that question. You're smart, okay? And the reason is,
Oh, hell no, no, absolutely. I know what you're thinking. Did I look up the laws so I could do something? No, absolutely.
this is not a
No.
situation where you set something up
No.
because you were
No.
tired of this person, you were tired of the situation that they put you in?
No,
Okay.
sorry, no.
Okay, so while I was out there going through the notes and everything, I went through, so when someone calls 911, as soon as that call goes to our communication center, it logs it, gives us a timestamp. Hour, minute, second, from the very first time that call was received to the time that it's disconnected, okay? And that's for every single time someone calls. So the first time when you called 911, talking about the boys out there trespassing and things of that. So that call started at 8:54 p.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes, I really wasn't looking at the clock
Okay.
right here. I just remember calling.
That's what time it says on our call center. And that call lasted for 5 minutes and it disconnected. At 8:59, deputies are on the way.
Okay.
Okay. Now you estimated that it was approximately 10 minutes after you disconnected until the AJ started pounding on your door. Is that correct? Is that
Yes.
what? Okay. So the second 911 call where you called, lady was banging on my door, I shot her through the door. That call came into our call center, it was received at 9:01, which is 2 minutes after you hung up with the communication center the first time. So that's 2 minutes that all these things that you say occurred happened at your front door. From pounding and pounding and pounding and pounding, I'm gonna kill you, all these things. Within 2 minutes, she showed up at your front door and did all these things to the time that you pulled the trigger, went and found your phone, and then called 911. So, and
Yes, that was a big deal about that, Lois. So at 8:54, she called 911 to say they were trespassing, they were acting like assholes, they got all this stuff in their yard, and there was a fight. She was on the phone with them until 8:59 is when she hung up and disconnected. They told her officers were on the way. 8:59. Second 911 call was placed at 9:01. 9:01. 2 minutes. Very dumb.
that's why I'm trying to get,
To me, it seemed like that amount of time. That's why I thought it was that amount of time.
well, so clearly we've established that that was not true, that that's not the case, but that's what you felt it was.
It
So
felt
you
like
also told me that you That's what you heard, that she was
Yes.
going to kill you. Is it possible that she did not say that, and that's what you heard or you believe, just like you believed it was 10 minutes between those calls?
I just thought she said, I'm going to kill you. I mean, that's what I heard, that's why I was so in fear of my life. I was like, Jesus Christ, and she's pounding on my door, she's gonna break in, she's gonna kill me.
But is it a possibility, if you believe that it was 10 minutes to 15 minutes, adding in 10 minutes before it started, and then approximately another 5 minutes on top of that, that you believe that 2 minutes was 15 minutes, was it a possibility that maybe you thought you heard that, but it wasn't that what she actually said?
I have no idea, that's what I heard.
Okay.
I'm telling you what I heard.
But I can tell you right now, what we've learned, what we've discussed all leading up to this, it doesn't make any sense. So this is your opportunity to actually tell us that something that does make sense. I'm not going to hold it against you. I'm not going to get mad. But whenever AJ was coming over that evening, what happened? What happened? Bring me to that moment when you had the gun in your hand. What were you thinking?
All I wanted her was to go away. I just, I felt she was going to come through that door and kill me. I'm sorry, that's what I felt. I just felt she was going to come through the door and kill me.
Okay.
It was a tremendous fear.
Did you feel bad for what happened?
Oh, Christ, yes.
For you? Because the first time that we talked, there was a point where I informed you that AJ had passed away. And I wasn't sure if you've been aware of that or not. I know they transported her in an ambulance
Yes.
from there.
And I saw them doing CPR.
Yeah, so when I informed you of that, you showed emotion, you showed what appeared to me to be at least somewhat of remorse for what had happened. So do you feel bad for what had happened?
Absolutely.
You feel bad for the children?
Christ, yes.
So, and I think, Detective Pender we're trying to give you the opportunity to try to explain some of these discrepancies in the story, the things that don't really add up or make sense. And you maintaining that you were in fear for your life.
Yes.
It just doesn't make sense. And I feel like at this point, today you really haven't, and I'm not judging you, everybody processes things differently, so I understand that. But you haven't really seemed remorseful for today, at least, for what had happened.
Oh, God. It just makes me sick. I don't know, I can't take it back. It's transpired, it's in the past, I don't know what the hell to do. It's just probably be shutting
Can't
down
take it
again.
back. It transpired. It's in the
Do you think
past.
that's a trauma response or something? I know you said you had gone through a lot of
Probably
flat
because I
affect and
just-
things like that
I
in
don't know
the
what the
past.
hell, I mean, it's a horrible situation. And inner conflict is horrible because, it goes against my faith. I broke a commandment. I feel horrible for what I did.
Okay, so looking back on it now, and do you think that she was actually going to get through that door? I mean,
I
be honest
honestly
with us,
thought
because
she was coming through the door. And as God is my witness, I thought she was going to come through that door. I'm sorry, it's just what I felt.
so, I mean, at this point, like, we've talked to you, we've talked to a lot of people and gone through the evidence. Okay, and I think you know that wasn't reasonable what you did.
I felt so terrified. I just felt so terrified, here she comes again, again, she's screaming, she's yelling, she's acting unreasonable.
I think you know that there were already deputies on the way.
But there was times I called and the deputies never showed up.
I understand. It's been
So-
2 minutes, so
To
you,
me, it wasn't 2 minutes, to me, it was much longer. In my mind, it felt like.
but there's only one reality where time
Okay.
exists. And I understand perception of time can be different for different people. But in the reality of things, you had just disconnected. Within 2 minutes, a shot was fired through that door. There was that much that transpired within that 2 minutes where statements were made. I want to know why you're throwing stuff at my kids, or whatever it was she was saying. And then a shot fired, and she's down, and then another 911 call comes in. So, I mean, at this point, we've discussed it with the state, and they are on the same terms as far as charging you with manslaughter, okay?
Okay. I don't know what else to say. I was in fear for my life. I mean, honest to God, I just feared that she was going to come through that door. I'm sorry, that's how I felt. And I can't change the way I felt. I mean, it was sheer terror on my part. I mean, honest to God, I was shaking.
So, one of the things I want to ask, because at the point where I did let you know and I informed you, you know, what had ultimately happened to AJ after that shooting, you know, that she had passed away, and obviously she has 4 kids, and, you know, I was observing the interviews that were conducted with them and the emotions that they were going through. And you shared some of those same emotions at points through the conversations that we had. And I just want to, like, obviously I can't let you talk to them or give a message to them and like face to face. But I would like, it's up to you if you would like to write.
This is one of the most interesting parts I found in the documentary, and I hope they play it all here in trial. Can't let you talk to him or give him a message, okay?
Face to face, but I would like, it's up to you if you would like to write them a letter or something to kind of, you know, whatever's on your mind or in your heart.
You don't have to. We're just going to leave a notepad and a pen in the room. Obviously, we have some paperwork to do, so we're going to have to step out to do that and obviously talk to our boss. We'll just I offer it to everybody that we can't let them talk to, so it's just something we do.
So if you'd like to do that,
We're going to get that paperwork going, like you said.
but that's where the state's at right now, that's where we're at, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about that in just a minute, okay? But if you'd like to write on something, that's right there, okay?
Okay, here, y'all, let me pull this down real quick so y'all can see. You see down here in the corner, he put a little notepad with a pen down here in the little right-hand corner. Okay, give her a few minutes.
All right, we're going to head over there in a second. Can you go ahead and stand up? I need to get a picture of you before we walk you over. Stand up for me real fast. All right, can you take a step back? This is not a good camera for... All right. All right, hang on one second. I'm going to take the stick. We're going to head on over there, okay?
All right, Susan? All right, we're gonna have you go with this deputy here.
No,
I'm sorry?
no,
No what?
I can't.
What's wrong? What's going
I
on?
just can't. I'm sorry, I can't do this.
May I put the transfer to the jury?
Yes, sir.
They didn't play it. Okay, they didn't play it, but I'm telling you, this is something to look forward to when we watch the documentary. She writes a letter. They did not play it. She wrote a letter. Damn. I hope they were going to pay it. And she fought them for a little while about getting up. They didn't play that either here in the trial. But yeah, she fought them to get up and get arrested, put her hands behind her, but she did not. I mean, she didn't like physically fought, but she kept saying, no, I can't do it. No, I can't do it. No, I can't do it. So, ooh.
For the record, I have all 8 transcripts from the jury. In the video, in the interview that we just watched, you mentioning looking at some video. None of the video you looked at had any footage of the shooting or what happened right before the shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Also in the video towards the end, the interview, and towards the end, we saw you give the defendant an opportunity to write something down on paper.
Yes, sir.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
Do you remember what she wrote?
No, I wouldn't want to quote without a copy of it. I'm not sure.
I'll show you a copy of the letter.
They're gonna read it. They're gonna read it. Oh my God. I'm gonna get choked up. Y'all, this woman's fucking nuts.
You let the jury know what she wrote?
I am so sorry for your loss. I never meant to kill your mother. I was terrified your mom was going to kill me. I shot out of fear.
I want to direct your attention to June 19th.
Absorb that a second. That was the letter that she felt necessary to leave for the children of AJ. Disgusting. How disappointing.
2023. Did you respond back to the defendant's residence?
Yes, I did.
Why'd you go there?
To collect the front door for evidence.
And had you obtained a search warrant signed by a judge that gave you permission to go and take that door?
Yes, I did.
Did you contact the landlord, Charles Gabbard, to let him know what you were going to do?
Yes, sir.
And prior to arriving there, prior to getting to her residence, did you stop anywhere and pick anything up?
Yes, prior to responding, I spoke with Mr. Gabbard, got the specifications of that front door that was currently there, and went to the hardware store, purchased the hardware and a new door to replace the one we were taking.
So explain to the jury what happened when you arrived.
When I arrived, we removed, me and my Sergeant Bartlett, removed the front door that appeared, it was the same door, and placed the new door we had purchased back on the hinges.
When you arrived, when you went back to the residence to take the door, were you still able to see the location of the original bullet hole that you saw on June 2nd?
Yes, sir.
Had it been repaired in any way?
Yes, sir.
How? Could you tell just by what it looked like?
It had been spackled over the front, outside of the door.
But the impression was still visible?
Yes,
And
sir.
was it in the same location as when you saw it on June
Yes,
2nd?
yes, sir.
Except for that repair of the gunshot, the bullet hole, was the door in the same or substantially the same condition as when you saw it June 2nd?
It appeared to have been sanded, but otherwise in the same condition, yes.
Your Honor, it might be easier, may I ask the witness step down to come and look at the piece of evidence before I move it?
Sure.
Would you mind stepping down?
Piece of evidence.
Has the defense had a chance to see it?
Do we have the door?
Okay.
Showing you what's been marked as state's exhibit.
We have the door.
For identification. Can you take a look at that person, tell me if you recognize, it?
We brought the door to court.
Do you see your initials on the evidence tape and everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you please kind of cut away the packaging and look inside of it and recognize it? What is it?
It's the door that I removed from the hinges at the defendant's residence.
Is it the same, substantially the same condition as when you removed it on, I believe, June 19th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
This time, State Looking News States W into evidence as States 21.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure. Yes, sir.
I don't know what we're approaching for, but I'm still shocked they brought the whole freaking door.
Shouldn't it be in evidence as states number 21? Yes, sir.
Can you step down for me again? If you can kind of continue just removing the paper.
Sorry, it's a bigger screen on this side and I can see it better, so I keep looking over here because I want to see it better. And my StreamYard and everything's right here where I see, but my big screen's over here and I'm trying to see this thing up close.
Please. See the repair done of the lower hole.
Yes.
This landlord should be ashamed. Okay, we got to see the bullet hole in the door. I didn't expect you to the door to church. I almost said church. Woo, the court.
I got one more, Your Honor? Sure.
Thank you, I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Oh.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We move it. Do you need this out here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no problem.
Do you have the scissors, because I'm just gonna take off so it won't be so loud.
Sorry about that.
It is a very crappy repair, Cindy. It's a very crappy repair. Like I said, he's ashamed
The
of
exterior
himself.
door frame of Miss Lawrence.
Hold on. Let her finish that.
And by the way, I'm going to pull myself down just so y'all can see little boy Blue is still here today. Look. Y'all see him sitting back there? I just got him a little covered up. But he's still there today. So it's maybe a different, I don't know, maybe he's learning. I don't,
Go ahead, sir.
Actually, let's deal with the door first.
Okay.
So we can. Are there parts of this door that seem like they've been painted over in some capacity?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Second, I'd like to show you what we mark as Defense Exhibit C. Is this a copy of the letter that Ms. Lawrence wrote to the children of Ms. Owens?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the letter that she wrote?
Yes, it is.
The exterior door frame of Ms. Lawrence's door to her residence did have damage, is that right, when you went to see it?
Yes, sir.
The damage did not appear recent, right?
Correct.
The damage appears to have been repaired with some putty where the wood separated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you entered Ms. Lawrence's kitchen area, when you went to the scene, you observed a single spent shell casing on her kitchen counter, right next to the stove, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also conducted research for prior calls for services between Ms. Owens and Ms. Lawrence, is that right?
Correct.
And you found prior calls for service dating back over a year placed by Ms. Lawrence, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, you reviewed the transcripts from the 2 interviews that you conducted with Ms. Lawrence on June 3rd of 2023 and June 6th of 2023, right?
Yes, I did.
And you reviewed it for accuracy purposes to make sure that they were consistent with what Ms. Lawrence told you on those 2 different dates, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, both interviews are pretty long, right?
Yes, they are.
So you obviously didn't memorize everything that you said in all of them, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to ask you several questions about the 2 conversations that you had with Ms. Lawrence. There may be some things that you don't remember, correct?
That's correct.
So would having a copy of those transcripts help you refresh your recollection? Should there be a question that I ask that you don't remember?
Yes, that would be helpful.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
This is the June 3rd transcript, and this is the June 6th transcript, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes, sir.
Just leave them there unless you need them, okay? Just leave them there until you need them. Thank you.
And what I'm going to do, just to make this quicker, when I ask the question, I'm going to refer like what area in the transcript it's at in case you need to refresh your recollection, okay?
Yes, sir.
We'll start off with June 3rd. Now, on June 3rd, another detective was with you. His name is Detective Kip Peterson, right?
Correct.
And he was with you throughout the interview with Ms. Lawrence?
On and off. He left
Okay.
the room a couple times. Yes, sir.
And Ms. Lawrence told you that her birthday was July 23rd of 1964, is that right?
From what I recall, it's correct.
Okay. And at that point, that would make her 58, almost 59 years old, right?
I'm not great at math, but that sounds about right.
Does that sound all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, sir. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. I wouldn't be able to remember that on the spot, too, so I hear you. And obviously, Ms. Lawrence told you that she had problems with the deceased Ms. Owens in the past, right?
That's correct.
And she told you that Ms. Owens had actually thrown a no trespassing sign at her, correct?
That's correct.
And she told you that she had some medical problems, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Including that her neck was fused, right?
Yes, sir.
And she told you, Ms. Lawrence told you that Ms. Owens came to her door and just started banging so hard that everything starts shaking. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Lawrence tells you that she tells Ms. Owens that she really needs to leave. And then Ms. Owens tells her that I'm going to fucking kill you as she continues to bang away. Is that right?
And we're speaking about the night of the incident on the
Yes,
second.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. She did tell me that.
Okay. And Ms. Lawrence told you that Ms. Owens banged so hard it looked like her door was going to fly off. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Lawrence told you that she really thought Ms. Owens was going to kill her, correct?
Yes, sir. She did.
Ms. Lawrence told you that she really feared for her life. Is that right?
She did tell me that,
And
yes.
she told you about her health condition that she had regarding an aneurysm on her left kidney artery where she's supposed to stay calm because of it. Is that right?
She did, yes.
She told you all this was going on while all this.
Thanks, sir. You're bringing up my paranoia again. Now I'm telling y'all, I'm be researching kidney aneurysm tonight. It's going to happen. Somebody's going to have to call me and stop me because it's going to happen. Damn it.
This was going on in regard to Miss Owens banging on her door and pounding her door that she was shaking, right?
Yes, sir.
Just as I gotten it out of
She
my
told you
mind.
that Miss Owens was trying to come inside, correct?
She said that she believed that Miss Owens was trying to come inside the house.
And Susan told you that Miss Owens was trying to push in the door. Is that right?
So I don't remember her saying that. I just remember her using the terminology as banging on the door.
Okay, if you'd like to refresh your recollection, that is on the June 3rd transcript on page 13, line 6.
Lois, it's a thing. Cindy and I done had a discussion. She got me all paranoid. And now knowing that I have the Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a muscle problem has to do with my arteries and veins also. Now I'm all freaked out. I'm gonna be doing research tonight. Y'all got me on. I'm gonna be down a rabbit hole.
6 through 7. Page 13, June 3rd transcript. And that's line 6 through 7. And just review that, and then I'll ask the question.
Yes, sir.
Susan, Miss Lawrence told you that Miss Owens was trying to push in the door, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, she's telling Miss Owens to leave, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
And then she says, Miss Owens keeps telling her, I'm going to fucking kill you, I'm going to fucking kill you, is that right?
Yes, sir. That's what she told me.
Miss Lawrence also told you, as all this was going on, she was scared and terrified, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Miss Lawrence told you that Miss Owens was screaming for all she was worth, right?
Yes, sir.
And Miss Lawrence told you she was asking Miss Owens to stop, but she didn't, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you informed her that Miss Owens had passed away, that is when she started weeping and crying. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Miss Lawrence told you that all of this occurred because Miss Owens was pounding on her door and she thought she was going to come in, correct?
Yes, sir.
Miss Lawrence told you that Miss Owens was pounding and pounding on the door and scaring the shit out of her. Is that right?
That's correct.
And she told you that she was an absolute terror. Is that right?
She did tell me that, yes.
Miss Lawrence told you that Miss Owens was violent, right?
I don't recall her saying that she was violent.
If you go to page 30 of that first June 3rd deposition,
Yes,
line 23, sir. And take your time, please. Page 30, line 23.
Okay.
She told you that Miss Owens was violent, right?
Yes, sir.
And she told you that she was fearful for her life, right?
She did say that, yes.
Miss Owens told you that the door was broken, the whole side panel, even before this incident occurred, correct?
She did.
And she told you that as Miss Owens was pounding on the door, she was pounding it so hard that everything was just rattling, and it sounded.
I'm going to pause to address this. This was made into a documentary because, this lady, Susan Lorincz, and this is my takeaway from all this. Susan Lorincz decided to use a stand your ground law to shoot a woman through the door who she didn't like her children. She didn't like her children coming over there playing in her yard. She didn't like her children, this lady's children, being outside, making noise, playing football, playing basketball, being children. She took her time, procured a firearm, then got to a point where she took the woman's life. At first, there was no arrest made, case one. At first, they didn't arrest her because they had to look into was it a stand your ground or was she out of line? My reason for covering this is watching the documentary. These poor children were put through hell by this woman. Kids were being kissed. Yes, they may have been smart-ass kids. They may have been calling her a Karen, which they were. They may have left their skates in the walkway. They may have left their tablet over by our truck. Kids were being kids. They were outside playing. This woman just, to me, does not like children. It was also racially discussed at the time because a white woman shot a black woman through the door and was not arrested right away. Now, in the documentary, they do show where she goes to the house to try to get her stuff. She's escorted by police. The neighbors are outside yelling at her to get the F out of here. She's not wanted. She doesn't need to be around here. They don't want her in the neighborhood. She was a menace. But my thing when I watched it was the mental toll that it took on her children. That's what affected me most. And that's what motivated me to pull up this trial, because these children were just being kids. And kids being kids is important to me. They weren't inside on video games. They weren't inside, playing their PlayStation, Xbox, or on their cell phone. They were outside being kids. And that's not enough. It's not done enough these days. You don't see kids outside being kids these days. And it just really, really threw me. Says, that is what I'm thinking. It's about the race card and trying to cause division. And there was a lot of race thrown around when it happened. And when I first started this yesterday, one of the first things I said was, I'm not making it about race. She was white, she was black. It's a color. Doesn't matter. Kids were being kids. They should not have been subject to having to see this trauma. And this boy was right there and saw his mom get shot. He's witnessed it. He saw it. That is no way for a child to live their life. And now the mental toll that it's going to have on him for the rest of his life, that's my problem. That's my problem. Agree, we don't see kids outside enough. You don't see them outside. Matter of fact, not funny, but funny, I never see kids walking in my neighborhood. I always see adults. About 2 weekends ago, I saw 2 little boys, be about 10, 12 maybe, running around with BB guns in the empty field across the street from me, shooting things out of trees. I felt kind of funny about it. I felt weird because I was like, yay, these kids are outside playing. Boo. They're out there playing with BB guns, shooting things out of trees. That's not. So I had an issue with it. I was so glad to see kids outside playing, but there they were with BB guns shooting things out of the trees across the street. And I'm like, well, that's not very productive. I mean, I'd rather see them playing baseball, basketball, football, or whatever, I mean, it was just a lot. Just seems like Netflix is trying to start something. Yep. Oh, y'all see thieves walking around? Yeah, well, sometimes we get that. They say I live on the wrong side of the track. So, yeah, BB guns. They were out there with BB guns, shooting things out of trees. And I was like, okay, good. Kudos. The kids are outside playing. But poo-poo on the parents for letting them play outside with BB guns. They could pop each other. Muffins will tell you, I don't know if she's still in here. But when she was 4 or 5, she shot her brother with a water pistol, with a water gun. She shot him with the water gun. Her older brother went and got the BB gun and shot her back in the chest. Left a nice little bruise. I was mad as hell. He got his ass beat. I sure did. I spanked that ass. He went to his room. He got grounded. No more BB gun. I was mad at his dad for letting him play with it. It was a whole ordeal. But that was simply 2 kids playing around. She had to be about 5, and that would have made him 8. And she shot him with the water pistol. He turned around, went and got the BB gun out of the house and shot her in the chest with a BB gun. A mean neighbor boy shot me with a BB gun once. You're just seeing commented about on Facebook. Yeah. And that's why I wanted to bring the trial to see it all, because, I mean, you get bits and pieces from documentaries, but you don't get it all. But getting it all, listening to this trial, getting it all is not helping her in my life, in my visual sight at all, in my mind, nothing. It's not helping her at all. It's not helping her at all. Because I kind of thought maybe if I saw the trial, I could feel a little more sorry for her or something, I felt she did wrong, but maybe there was something more to it. I don't see nothing. And strictly my opinions, rubber Ramada reviews, as we know. And my review on this is she was so wrong. And those children are going to pay the rest of their lives mentally. Mentally, these children are going to pay. They aren't trying to start something. A close friend made the Netflix doc. Oh, okay. Okay. Muffins looked into it. She did some research for me on this. So that's interesting. That's interesting. People think this didn't actually happen, which is weird. I haven't seen that, but it actually happened. And it's just, I think it's good out there to see that the trauma, not to see the trauma the kids are gone through. That's the wrong wording. Such a wrong wording. To understand the trauma that these children now have to face the rest of their lives. Their mom is gone. One of them witnessed it happen. It's just a lot. It's just a lot. And I'm glad to know that a close friend did the Netflix doc. I'm glad you looked into that, Muffins. But yeah, Muffins was shot in the chest with a BB gun because her brother shot her with because she shot Jackson with a water pistol. So it happens. Stupidity. Just kids being stupid kids.
Like a horse kick, it was so loud, right?
She did say it was rattling, yes, sir.
And she told you it sounded like a horse kick, right?
I don't recall that.
Page 32 of that same transcript, lines 19 through 21, if you'd like to refresh your recollection.
You said page 32, I'm sorry?
Yes, sir, page 32, lines 19 through 21.
Yes, sir. All right.
She told you that she felt like she was in mortal danger, correct?
She did, yes, sir.
She told you that she usually has a chair propped up against the door, but she didn't have it that night or have the chain on her door either, right?
Correct.
She told you that as Miss Owens is pounding on that door, that you could actually physically see her door moving. Is that right?
She did say that, yes.
She told you that she absolutely feared for her life and that it was either me or her, right?
She did tell me that, yes.
She told you that it was dark outside, her lights were off, and Miss Owens is pounding on the door, correct?
Yes, sir.
She told you that she felt like she was in imminent danger. Is that right?
Yes, she did.
She told you that Miss Owens had pounded on the door once before in the past and had actually damaged the door. Is that right?
I don't recall her saying that she was the one that damaged it.
Page 42 of that first transcript. Page 42 of that first transcript, lines 2 through 4.
Okay.
Yes, sir. She told you that Miss Owens in the past had pounded on the door and had damaged the door, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you that she thought Miss Owens was coming through the door because everything was shaking, and even the mirror that was on the wall was shaking as well, correct?
Correct.
Now, you told her that it was not safe for her to go back to her house after this incident, right?
I said that I did not believe that it was safe for her to go back to her house, yes.
Okay. I'd like to speak to you a little bit about the June 6, 2023
That was a very
interaction that you had with
wise
Ms. Lorincz.
recommendation.
The transcript is right there if you need to refresh your recollection. If you do, just let me know what page and what line, and we'll work it out, okay?
Yes, sir.
On that day, June 6th of 2023, she again, Ms. Lorincz, told you that day, Ms. Owens told her on the night of the incident that she was going to kill her, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you again on that day, June 6th of 2023, that she thought Ms. Owens was going to break down the door, correct?
Correct.
She told you on that day, June 6th of 2023, that her heart was pounding and that she thought that Ms. Owens was going to kill her, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you on this day that if Ms. Owens was to come into her residence, that she would pound her. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Ms. Lorincz told you on that day that if Ms. Owens was to come into her residence, that Ms. Owens would pound her into the ground. Is that right?
She said that's what she believed would happen, yes.
Yes, sir. Ms. Lorincz told you, June 6th of 2023, that she told Ms. Owens as she was banging on the door that she was trespassing and to leave, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Lorincz told you on this June 6th of 2023 interaction that you had with her that when Ms. Owens was banging and banging on the door, screaming at her, that she was going to kill her, that Ms. Lorincz felt that Ms. Owens was literally going to come into her house and kill her, correct?
Correct.
She told me in this follow-up statement that Ms. Owens had picked up the no trespassing sign and threw it at her, right?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Owens told you and Detective Pinder that one of the times that Ms. Owens told her, "I'm going to kill you," is when she fired the weapon, right?
That's correct.
She told you that after she told Ms. Owens to stop, go away, move away, and she wouldn't move away, that's when she shot, right?
I would have to review the transcript on that.
Page 31 of that June 6 transcript, lines 2 through 3.
And you said, I'm sorry, 21?
Yes, sir. Page 31?
31.
Yes, sir. Lines 2 through 3.
Yes, sir.
She told you that after she told Ms. Owens to stop, go away, move away, and she wouldn't move away, that's when she shot, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you on that day that she was terrified that Ms. Owens was going to come in her home and kill her, right?
She did say that, yes.
She explained to both of you that that what you remembered was Ms. Owens was pounding and screaming and yelling, right?
Correct.
She also told you that the door was repaired and re-repaired, so she never felt that the door was secure, correct?
She did say that, yes.
She told you in this second statement that she had a fusion in her neck and a laminectomy in her lower back, and she had this knee that goes backwards, right?
Yes, she did.
And she also had a torn rotator cuff, right?
I believe I remember that from the second interview, yes.
Yes, sir. And she told you, and I quote, "I did what I thought I had to. I honest to God thought she was going to kill me. I mean, that's all I thought. I just felt that terror. I mean, it was sheer terror," correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, based on your review of Susan's phone, it does not appear she deleted any data. Is that right?
That's correct.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
What is happening?
With the defendant, you indicated that you felt it wasn't safe for her to go back to that residence, right?
That's correct.
Was that because she had just shot a member of that community and the community was upset about it?
That's correct.
Okay, we're on recross. Now he's talking about, was it safe to go back? No, she just shot a member of the community. No, it was not safe to go back. They wanted her head. I mean, at this point, shit.
During your interviews with her, did the defendant tell you that the door, the metal door we see here in the courtroom, was closed when she fired?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you the lock on the door was engaged when she fired?
Yes, she did.
Did she tell you the deadbolt as well was engaged when she fired?
Yes, sir.
When you were there on scene, did you see any evidence of fresh damage to the door jamb?
No, I did not.
You mentioned earlier when Mr. Cron was asking you some questions that you saw some putty there.
That's correct.
Did you also see new strike plates put in
They appeared to be newer than the door.
for both the lock of the door and the deadbolt?
Yes, sir.
Were those strike plates that they have screws screwed into the frame?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any splinters, wood fragments, anything to suggest there was damage caused by this incident on the floor?
No, I did not.
Did you see any wood splinters, shards, shavings, anything to indicate there was fresh damage from this incident from the door jamb?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Detective. No
Any
questions.
other approach?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, you want 1 second. All right, the door is closed. Just because of the times we're at the bench here, I just want the record to be clear. First of all, regarding the objection on the door, you objected because I guess there was some of the damage had been repaired.
Yes, sir.
What I found is that despite the repair, you can still see where the bullet hole was, which is relevant in this case. So that's why I overruled your objection to that and let it into evidence. You have an additional matter you want to bring up at the court this time?
Yes, sir. Mr. Buxman, in redirect examination, specifically asked Detective Stiff why it was that he felt that Ms. Lorincz couldn't go back to her home, and he said, I believe that she was in danger because she had shot someone in the community was upset, et cetera, et cetera. I believe that question and his answer in redirect opens the door for a issue that Your Honor ruled was not admissible, i.e. that after the fact, Ms. Lorincz door was well, not damaged, but it was painted over, or not painted over, I'm sorry. There were negative things that were put on the door about Miss Lawrence and that her home was burglarized. I believe now that the door has been opened, that we should be allowed to ask Detective Stith about that. But before I did that, I wanted to discuss it with Your Honor to make sure Your Honor has permission to go forward. So that is our request, and we believe the door has been opened on that issue.
Is there any indication that any of the people who were witnesses here in the trial did any of the damage?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So what relevance would it have that after the whole thing's over, some person or persons may have damaged the door?
Well, Your Honor, the relevance is that, the community was upset with, Ms. Lawrence after the fact, and before the fact too, which is clear from the evidence that's been presented, and it would go to one of the reasons why Ms. Lawrence was upset and why she did what she did and why she felt that she had to shoot through that door. So it goes to her state of mind as well, and it's evidence of why she had fear before this incident occurred because of the issues in the community with her.
Well, oh, sure, go ahead.
If I could just put on the record, so when Mr. Buxman asked Detective Stiff why the reason he believed it wasn't safe for her to go back to her home, I think that then opens the door for the defense to be also able to question him about, well, also, as a matter of fact, Miss Lawrence's home was burglarized very shortly after this incident, where there was writing on the door, her windows were damaged. I think that explains a little bit of the reason why somebody painted over the door, which has already been coming.
Oh, that was a little info we didn't know. So somebody broke into her house, spray painted on her door. Ooh, okay. Okay. Well, there's some neighborhood revenge going on, I bet.
Into evidence, but I think by Mr. Buxman specifically asking this witness that question as to his opinion, you can't just give part of the answer to say, well, it's because there was a shooting of somebody in the community is upset, and leave out the second part, and also this community burglarized her home. So I think by asking that question, Mr. Buxman opened the door that we should be now allowed to bring in this additional reason.
What's the state's position?
Your Honor, my question was in response to Mr. Franz's question on cross-examination about the interview.
The community burglarized her home.
With him specifically telling her on June 3rd that it was not, he didn't think it was safe for her to go back. My question followed up and focused solely on.
Okay. Sheila's got to talk. Here comes the rubber Ramada part. Here comes the crazy. Okay. The community burglarized her home. Ma'am, you took the life of, I'm not laughing because you took the life. I'm laughing because you just thought you were going to go back and everything. Ma'am, they didn't want you in that neighborhood anymore. The kids were calling you Karen. And I'm sorry. You shouldn't burglarize anybody. But I don't feel bad for her. Is that bad that I don't feel bad for her? I mean, maybe I should feel bad for her, but she was kind of an instigator anyways. Nobody deserves to be burglarized. Just nobody does. Shit happens. You put yourself in this shit show. It's your shit show.
On that statement on June 3rd, as far as why he said that to her, that in no way opens the door to something that happened days or potentially weeks after he made that statement to her at the interview. One has nothing to do with the other. So the door is not even close to being open. And secondarily, what some unknown person may have done after the fact to this door has no relevance whatsoever as to why he made that statement on June 3rd.
All right. Anything else you want to add?
Judge, just that the state's own evidence, they played the interview where the detective specifically said to Susan Lawrence, I don't feel like it's safe. So we didn't open any door on cross. They already elicited that testimony during the direct in their interview. I just want to put that on the record.
Okay. Well, it's a fair enough point. It was brought out. It was in the interview, which we've all had lots of litigation over this interview, and no one has really mentioned that as being problematic in any way. Mr. Carranza then questioned him about it, in addition to the fact that it was played, he also brought it out again, and the state asked a single question regarding that. So, yes, it was played in the state's evidence, but it was then highlighted by the defense. But more importantly, I'm not sure what anyone is referring to when they say the community, because as far as I know, there's no evidence of who damaged the door or wrote anything afterwards. So to attribute that to any particular group of people is without evidence, right? We're just saying the most any of us can say is that somebody after the fact damaged the door. That's the most any of us can say. However, I don't find that to be relevant to any of the particular issues in this case, particularly the issue of self-defense, because it happened after the fact. So it could not have been on her mind at the time of the offense. There's no evidence of who did what, so I don't find it to be relevant. I note your objection. Is there any additional questions you'd like to ask this person before he's released?
Judge, can we just do a proffer real quick while the jury's out?
Sure.
Do you want to just talk about it?
Detective, after the fact, after this incident, were you, either through your investigation or other people, other individuals that work for the Marion County Sheriff's Office, did you come to find out that there was damage caused to Ms. Lorinc's door and her property, or the property that she rented?
Yes, sir.
And what damage was caused?
I couldn't really speak to that. I was working this investigation that we're discussing today. I was told through other detectives who responded out to the scene to conduct further interviews and canvass the neighborhood, that while they were there, they were alerted to some damage that had been done to the defendant's property. I didn't respond that day. I didn't see the damage myself. I was just told.
What were you told in regard to the damage?
There may have been some broken windows and some things spray painted on the front door.
Do you know if the house itself was burglarized? In other words, did anyone go in and either take property, destroy property inside, anything like that?
I don't know.
Any other information that you received besides the writings on the wall and some broken windows?
No, sir.
No further questions.
I just want to put a couple questions on the record. Judge, and then I'll-
Sure.
So this damage that was done to the door at Susan Morris's house, that was done before you actually went out and collected the door?
Yes.
And is that the reason why the door was painted over, because of that language, that damage?
I don't know why it was repainted.
Okay, that was done before you collected?
Yes.
In addition to the reasons I gave originally, I would point out that this witness has no personal knowledge of what he's testified about. It's all hearsay because he said he didn't witness anything. Everything he testified to, he was told by somebody else, which would also make it hearsay. So again, overrule the objection. Anyone have any other questions for this particular witness?
Not from the state.
Is he excused?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're excused, sir. Thank you.
Transcripts.
You have another witness, right?
Yes, sir.
The jury's already out on break. I was going to give us a break anyway, so we'll take about 10 minutes.
Okay, so they're gonna go on a break. But let me note this. The door. Painted on. Being window broke. Do you think anybody in that community is gonna say, hey, I got doorbell video of this house being burglarized, spray painted on? Nobody in the community, they're gonna be like, nope, ain't seen nothing. We don't know nothing. We don't know what you're talking about. We don't know. They're not gonna get to the bottom of who did that. Please, they're all like,
From the university.
Your background.
let me see, what is it?
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jesse Newbanks. That's Newbanks.
Where do you work?
I'm the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
Jesse
I am the
Eubanks.
senior digital forensic technician assigned to our criminal investigations division.
What does that mean? What do you do on a day-to-day basis?
So generally speaking, I conduct extraction and analysis of items containing digital evidence. So everything from cell phones, tablets, DVR systems, vehicles. Pretty much if it has a power button, it can contain evidence that comes to my office.
How long have you been with the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
With the Sheriff's Office, a little over 8 years.
And how long have you been in this current position?
In this position, a little over 7.
Can you describe for the jury your training and your background that allows you to do this type of job?
So in short, I have a Master's of Science from the University of South Florida, specializing in digital forensics, specifically in cybersecurity, as well as a graduate certificate in digital forensics from the University of South Florida. Collectively, I have about 1,200 hours worth of specialized training in the fields of digital forensics and cybersecurity, and approximately 20 different certifications in those fields.
Have you, in the course of your job at the Sheriff's Office, had the opportunity to extract data from a cell phone?
I have.
Can you estimate about how many times you've done that?
Last check, it was a little over 1,500.
And have you been
A little over 1,500. He does. I was just, Cindy, I was going straight there. He don't look like old enough to do 15 of them, much less 1,500 in his time. He does look a little bit like Shia LaBeouf. I, he's got a baby face. All right. All
What
right.
type of programs do you generally use when extracting data?
Generally, we use two programs, either Cellbrite or a system called Gradkey.
Have you been trained in how to use those programs?
I have. Of those certifications, some of them are for those two.
Can you describe some of the training that you've gone to, how long it was, that kind of thing?
Sure. So I hold 3 certifications through Cellbrite itself. Ultimately, they're capstone certifications, a Cellbrite Certified Mobile Examiner. That requires both a knowledge-based skill test and actual practical hands-on exercises to actually be able to pass that, plus verified work experience, things of that nature. So I hold that through Cellbrite as well as Gradkey Certified Operator through Magnet now, and a company called Gradkey.
1 second. You slow down.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in the field of digital forensics before in court?
I have.
Can you estimate about how many times?
I believe it's twice.
Your Honor, I asked the witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the area of digital forensics in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe approach.
All right, so the actual motion by the state was to have him found to be an expert. Sounds like you're not really challenging his expertise, but more in the nature of what his actual testimony would be.
Yes, Judge, I need to check and see if Mr. Eubanks was listed as an expert witness by the state, but when I conducted Mr. Eubanks' deposition, it was very short. I asked him if he had performed a phone extraction. He said yes. I asked him if he performed any analysis on the phone whatsoever, and he told me no, and that was his involvement. So now it seems like the state is trying to qualify him as an expert witness to have him give an opinion on specific items from the phone, so the defense was not put on notice regarding this.
Was there some sort of report generated by the person?
There were, Your Honor. There were 2 reports that were sent discovery and provided to the defense.
Does anyone have one? Do you have a report or?
And if you could just put on the record when it was sent and what supplemental.
No, I emailed it to the defense.
Print says extraction report, Cellbrite extraction report. And now he's simply going to read the timestamps that are listed. Is that what's the date where it says created?
Generally, Your Honor, yes.
Okay, so he's then, I guess it's my understanding, what you want him to do, and you can correct me where I'm wrong, is he's created an extraction. The extraction is in the form of a printout. And the only analysis you want to do is actually just read the printout as to the timestamps.
Primarily, the focus is twofold. Number one, he analyzed the times and durations of the 2 911 calls in this case that appear on her phone. And
Okay.
secondly,
Where are they on
that
here?
should be on the first or last page of that report. There are 2 separate reports.
Okay.
One's very short, 1 page, showing just 2 calls. The other, I believe, is like 4 or 5 pages showing.
I mean, they're fighting for their witness. I mean, for the
1 second.
defendant.
I'll take a short break.
Yes, sir.
The defense. You meant the prosecutor, not the defense. But I have to say though that the defense team is actually they're fighting for her. I mean, they're trying. I don't see them getting anywhere, but they're definitely doing their job. Ooh, that's a close up.
I think we've resolved the issue. I'm not going
Okay.
to ask Jesse Eubanks any opinion questions. The only potential concern I had was about the timestamps. It's really not opinion testimony.
Right.
The issue's
It's
taken care
nothing
of.
like the last
Okay.
one we
All right,
watched.
thank you. No, so I guess I had to go back. Are you going to object to him being qualified as an expert? Or you're not simply
I'm
not going to
going
ask?
to call on this next week.
Okay, no problem. We'll bring the jurors back in.
To Susan Lawrence.
I will.
Detective attention to June 6th of 2023. Were you contacted by lead detective Ryan Stitt in this case to extract certain data off of a phone belonging to Susan Lawrence?
I was.
And how did you come to be in possession of the phone?
The device was currently secured in the Digital Evidence Lab's secured storage facility where I obtained it to execute a search warrant.
Showing most of the introduced evidence of State's Exhibit 18. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
This would be the one.
Sorry.
That's correct.
Is that the phone that you examined?
It is.
And you said you examined that pursuant to a search warrant, right?
That is correct.
Did that search warrant allow you to look into the phone and extract certain specific data from the phone?
It did.
Can you explain to the jury the process you went through in extracting the data off of that phone?
So very broadly speaking, we take the cellular device and we connect it to any of our forensic workstations or whatever tool we're using at that time, and that allows us to gain access to certain data within the phone itself.
What type of information did you extract from the phone that's relevant to what we're talking about here?
So ultimately, we conducted an extraction of various different types of artifacts from the phone itself, but specifically we were looking at videos and things like that within the search warrant as outlined within it.
Were there any problems with your extraction?
None that I can recall.
Once you extract the data, what did you do with that information?
So that information is loaded into a digital report and it's provided to the case agent for his review.
Would that be Detective Stitt?
That is correct.
All right. During your extraction, did you locate any videos that came from a blink camera mounted inside of a sliding glass door of the defendant's residence?
We did.
Can you explain to the jury how a blink camera works and how it interacts with a cell phone?
So generally speaking, those cameras operate kind of isolated from the phone itself. They operate on a system, record a video, send it up to a cloud or some form of server as run by that application provider. And then the phone is simply using an application to access that data.
And a blink camera is like a security camera?
Correct.
Okay. If someone accesses that blink application from their cell phone, is that video or that data placed onto the cell phone somehow?
There is information, yes.
How does that work?
So follow with me, if you will. Most applications, because as humans we generally are impatient, they will try to do their best to help ease user interaction with those specific apps. So taking Blink, for example, when you load up the Blink app on your cell phone, it will load in what we call cache information to your cellular device. It's done by the application, not necessarily by the user. But it's done so that every time you go back into that application, things that were there before are already there and you don't have to wait for it to reload. Think about it, if you're looking at Instagram or Facebook, anything you had looked at previously is already there. Next time you go back into it, it just loads the new stuff. It caches all that data to the phone, and we're able to see that data when we do our forensic extractions.
Slow down a little bit.
I apologize.
When you examined the Blink camera data from the phone, did you locate any camera footage from the nighttime?
No, we did not.
Can you explain why there would not be footage from the nighttime in this situation?
So what we did find in some of these videos is that the cameras themselves were either mounted or placed behind a glass window. At night, these cameras operate off of infrared, so the...
Okay. I'm sorry. Y'all probably seen me make like a really weird face and I disappeared. I live 2 blocks from a train track. I just heard the most god-awful screeching sound from my train tracks. It just scared the hell out of me. I had to go run outside and make sure they didn't come off the tracks. It was just, there was nobody. It scares me sometimes living this close to a train track. I just freaked out. Sorry, guys. I'm going to back up just a second.
From the nighttime?
No, we did not.
Can you explain why there would not be footage from the nighttime in this situation?
So what we did find in some of these videos is that the cameras themselves were either mounted or placed behind a glass window. At night, these cameras operate off of infrared, so the light turns on, but because the camera's behind a piece of glass, it's actually reflecting the infrared back at the camera itself, so the camera's effectively blind.
Well, there is our answer for why the cameras didn't catch the night vision. Because it was shining back on the window because it was inside. Okay, we got our answer.
We did locate a number of videos indicating that was it, and we didn't find any videos from the nighttime itself.
So did you find any Blink videos showing either the shooting or what happened just before because of that very problem?
None that I saw, no.
Did you locate some photos on, or some videos on the cell phone that were taken directly from the cell phone itself?
We did.
Did you also locate evidence on Ms. Lorinz's phone that she had called 911 on 2 separate occasions on June 2nd, 2023?
We did.
As far as the 911 calls, how does the phone store that information?
So generally speaking, phones will store that information in the database itself. Specifically, the database we looked at for this is the call history, specifically the call logs.
Does the phone itself record the exact time that the call is made?
It does.
Does it record the duration of the call?
It does.
And how does it do that?
So generally speaking, it's from the timestamp of the phone itself when the call was made and then the duration until it is hung up and terminated.
And how do we know that timestamp is accurate?
It's based off of the phone itself, connecting to the cellular provider.
Could the phone have the wrong time on it or something?
It's possible, but generally speaking, with the phones, they actually obtain accurate time from the cellular provider based off of where you're at in the world, so they're generally accurate.
Was a report generated showing these two 911 calls that occurred on June 2nd of 2023, the dates, the times, and the duration of those calls based on the information you extracted from the defendant's cell phone?
There was a report made, yes.
Was a report generated also showing certain videos captured from her actual cell phone that appeared during your extraction process?
There was.
And did that report show videos taken from her cell phone from about 7:21 and 14 seconds p.m. until about 8:53, 32 seconds p.m. on June 2nd of 2023?
That is correct.
Showing up from our state to the X. You recognize that report and the disc that's attached to it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
Has my initials on both.
Okay. Have you reviewed the report before?
I have.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the information you extracted from the defendant's cell phone?
In reference to these items, yes.
And we mentioned some videos. Have you reviewed the disc that's attached to that exhibit?
That is correct.
What's on that disc?
There are the videos as referenced in the report itself.
Okay. And about how many videos are located on that report?
I believe there's 11.
Does the report show what looks to be like duplicate entries of the same video?
That is correct.
Can you explain to the jury why that would be the case?
So on phones themselves, the operating systems of phones will move things about and do things to, again, ease user access. We go back to that cache data we were talking about with the Blink application. Specifically, we find the exact same videos in two separate locations on the phone. One within the DCIM folder, stands for digital camera image. It's a general rule of thumb, if you will, when it comes to actually taking photos. The other one we find within a cache folder of the actual file system for the Apple operating system itself. It's the exact same video, just located in two separate places on the phone, so we report in both.
And why do you report them both?
Just so that we can talk about both of them existing.
Okay. And you mentioned the word cache again. What does that mean?
That's done by the phone and the operating system itself, not necessarily by the user.
This time you're on a statement move states exhibit X into evidence is 22.
Over the objection, given evidence of states number 22.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I can have access to the TV. All right, I'm showing you the first page of that report that we just looked at. Can you just explain to the jury what we're looking at so they'll understand?
Sure. So as you can see at the first line, it's labeled as number 1, and then subsequently after that, you have 1 with a 1 in parentheses, and then a 1 with a 2 in parentheses. That goes back to what I was just talking about the duplicate videos. So it shows one video. It's the exact same video based off of that hash value. Essentially what that is a algorithmic, we'll think of talking about it as a fingerprint for those specific files. It shows that they're the exact same thing. Underneath that, it shows us the name and location, as well as any metadata associated with the videos as we found them. So that's
metadata. Before you go on, what is metadata?
Metadata is generally data about data. Think of it as a subset of information about the specific file we're talking about. So in this case, it's the created, modified, and access times, as well as the path and the name for these videos we're looking at. On this screen right here, it's the 2 sets for items number 1 and 2 with their duplicates for the videos we're looking at here.
And what is it meant by created, modified, access times?
Yes, ma'am.
They approached. Oh, so the cameraman is just going to pan over all this while they're approached. Sir. They are approached. Quit.
In this case, the phone.
What about modified?
When it was last changed or edited.
And what about access?
Generally speaking, when it was last viewed or seen.
I want to go through those 11 videos that you extracted from the phone.
Okay.
Did you locate a video on June 2nd, 2023 at 7:21:14 p.m.?
We did. That's the first video.
And are many of these videos very, very short?
That is correct.
Okay. So this first video, according to the report you have, occurred on 7:21 and 14 seconds p.m.?
That is correct.
Based on your extracted data from the phone, what time was the first 911 call made on her phone on that day?
Going to that page of the report, the first 911 call was at approximately 8:54:09 p.m. on 16.
How do you know that these videos were taken directly from her cell phone?
So, again, going back to the specific file path we were talking about, they actually show that they were from the actual phone itself. and there's metadata within the report to show that it was from a specific make and model of the phone to which it lives.
Showing you a photo that you found from at 7:30 and 12 seconds p.m. Was there a photo at 7:30 and 36 seconds p.m. as well?
There is videos.
Is there a photo taken?
Did you hear the kid? Why is she recording us? I would want to know the same thing.
There is videos.
Why is she recording us?
Is there a photo taken or a video at 7:58 and 59 seconds?
There is.
No, there's nothing to record!
Hey, line up, let's go!
Did you locate a photo at 8:33 and 34 seconds p.m.?
We did.
Did you locate a video at 8:33 and 59 seconds p.m.?
We did.
What about a photo at 8:34 and 57 seconds p.m.? A video, excuse me.
We did.
She's trying to film through her mini blunt. Man. But she needs a hobby. This woman needs a hobby. Besides stalking children. It's upside down, ma'am. You can't even turn your phone right. Oh, she
On a
aggravated.
video at 8:49 and 49 seconds p.m.
We did.
Was that video only like a second long?
I believe so.
Was there another video 2 seconds later at 8:49 and 51 seconds?
That is correct.
Now, this video was at 8:59 and 51 seconds. Is that about 5 minutes before the first 911 call was made?
That is correct.
Did you locate a video at 8:50 and 37 seconds p.m.?
We did.
And finally, did you locate a video at 8:53 and 32 seconds p.m.?
We did.
Is that last video about 30 seconds before the first 911 call was made?
It appears so, yes, sir.
You mentioned that you also extracted the data regarding the 2 911 calls made by the defendant's phone on the evening of June 2nd, 2023, right?
That is correct.
What do we see on this page of the report?
This is specifically those 2 911 calls, their timestamps and durations.
And does the report, the extraction data from her phone show the time that the first 911 call was made?
It does.
And what time was it again?
That was timestamped at 8:54:09 p.m. UTC, and it lasted approximately 4 minutes and 55 seconds.
Okay, we see that under the number 1 column.
Correct.
So that first call was made at 8:54:09 and lasted 4 minutes and 55 seconds. About when would that phone have disconnected?
Approximately 5 minutes after, so roughly 8:59 p.m.
According to extraction results, when was the second 911 call made?
That was made at 9:01 and 37 seconds p.m.
So about how long between when the first 911 call was hung up and the second call was made?
Approximately 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination? Is he excused?
He is, Your Honor.
Sir, you're excused. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Buckman?
Got a witness back?
No cross. Patting on her. Are you okay, ma'am?
I'm going to have you go back to the jury room, and we'll go over a few things here, and then we'll see who the next witness is going to be. Right now, go back with leave your notepads here, and go back with the bailiff, and we'll have you out as soon as we can, okay?
In this case, and he was not inside the residence at the time. And the second DCA case from 2006, the facts in that case are a little bit different. Other than the banging on the door, it's also a case where the victim.
Yeah, they're arguing something outside the presence of jury. Irrelevant.
One witness they want to call. After that witness, we're going to take a recess for the day. You'll get to go home early, and then I'll see you same time, same place tomorrow. Okay? Go ahead.
The next part, Rosalie Smith.
What's the first name?
Rosalie.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait.
Go ahead.
The next part, Rosalie Smith.
What's the first name?
Rosalie.
Rosalie.
Yes, sir.
We'll go back on the record. State versus Susan Lawrence. Are we the jurors, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's bring them back.
Has failed to meet that burden.
Timestamps and durations.
Always me.
Witness back.
I think the prosecution rested. That's what I was trying to. I
State restaurant.
State rests.
Ladies-
The state rests. Okay. So that's what I thought. They sent them back, and then they went on to defense. And defense called their first witness. Okay, the state rested.
As one witness they want to call. After that witness, we're going to take a recess for the day. You'll get to go home early, and then I'll see you same time, same place tomorrow. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Welcome back, Cindy. Okay, so the state rested. We're on defense now. They're going to do one witness today, and then they're going to get into the other one tomorrow. So.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Have a seat, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Oh, look at the grin on her
Good afternoon.
face.
Hi,
Can you please introduce yourself for the jury?
Rosalie Smith
Ms. Smith, where do you currently live?
at 1724 Southwest 107th Lane.
Do you live in apartment 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that here in Ocala?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where you were living back in June of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you lived out there?
Since sorry.
That's okay.
Since December of 2021.
Did you move here from California?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where you were born and raised?
Yeah.
Where was the last place that you lived in California?
Roseville.
The neighborhood that you live in now, can you describe it for me?
Sure.
We just started. Why are we approaching? Oh my Lord, they're making the jury step out again. What is happening?
All right, the jury's outside the courtroom. I'll have a proffer of her
Oh,
testimony.
they're gonna give her proper.
I'll do the proper person.
Sure.
The neighborhood that you live in now, can you describe it for me?
It's, I don't know, it's less than mid, it's a little bit above the hood. How's that?
Have you described it as one step away or a step away from the hood?
Yes.
And Judge, there's been several witnesses so far that have testified to this. I think Ms. Costa may have said that as well, and I think one of the deputies, I think it was Deputy Stringer, had testified that the neighborhood was troublesome. It kind of goes to Ms. Lawrence's state of mind, so I think that this testimony is relevant.
What's the state's position on that?
Here again, I would object with her characterizing the neighborhood as one step away from the hood. One, I don't believe that's relevant to the issue of self-defense between the issues of the victim and the defendant. Two, I believe any type of characterization like that is more prejudice than it is probative of anything. And I think I know also in her deposition she talks about gunshots in the neighborhood and things like that. And I just think this is an improper characterization of the neighborhood. That's
I have the witness. Is that the only question you can ask in those regards?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have the witness step outside the courtroom for just a little bit. Referring to some place as troubled, I mean, lots of places can be troubled. Referring to some place as a hood clearly has kind of a racial connotation to it. So I don't mind her saying, it's lower economic, it's just a financial term, or that's been troubled, but referring to something as a hood, I think has.
You said lower economic or what? You kind of broke
I mean, like I said, I don't have a problem saying something like, and I know I put words in her mouth, so you may have to find another word for her besides hood. But I would say, it's obviously not a financially wealthy area. It's pretty clear that these are a set of quadruplexes, which typically, at least in this part.
Okay, we're having an argument over whether we can use the word hood or not. I'm sorry. We're gonna skip over that. It's
Jurors, let's bring them back.
bring the jury back because we're not going to discuss whether or not we can call this neighborhood, like I said, living on the wrong side of the track, too close to the river.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ready to proceed? Thank you.
The neighborhood that you live in now, is that kind of like a lower income neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
Low income
Now, how far
neighborhood.
away is your house from Susan Lawrence's house?
I describe it about a football field.
Almost a football field away?
Yes.
Have you ever met Susan Lawrence?
No, ma'am.
Did you know Ajike Owens at all?
No.
Did you ever meet any of the people that were involved in this incident?
No, ma'am.
So I want to talk to you about June 2nd, 2023, okay?
Okay.
Where were you when the shooting happened?
I was sitting on an enclosed patio at my apartment.
Was that like a little patio behind like a wooden fence?
Yeah, probably a 6-foot fence.
What did you hear?
I heard a lot of pounding, a lot of yelling, screaming, and then I heard a gunshot.
Did you hear a lot of pounding on a door like it was going to be pushed down?
Yes,
Did you call it like a cop knock?
that's what I call it.
Was it very loud?
Very loud.
Did you hear anyone screaming?
Yes, I heard a woman's voice screaming. To me, it sounded like she was screaming words, but I could not understand any of the words.
Was there a lot of pounding on the door?
Yeah,
And you said you couldn't make out what the person was screaming.
absolutely not.
Was it a female voice screaming?
Yes,
Was the female screaming at the top of her lungs?
probably.
Was it like a pound, 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 let me in kind of thing?
Yeah,
Your Honor, I would object to the question as a mischaracterization of the witnesses' earlier testimony
So ruled.
and speculation.
Did it sound like the woman was really angry?
I would say so, just by hearing her voice.
Now, could you see any of this?
No, ma'am.
So even though you were almost a football field away, you could still hear this?
I could hear it.
How long do you think the pounding went on for?
It seemed like it went on forever. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe less, but I mean, I wasn't timing it, but it just went on and on and on.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. So Ms. Smith, how are you doing today?
I'd rather not be here, but I'm great.
Can I ask you a couple of questions? One, you said you were in a patio. Were you outside?
I was outside my apartment, yes.
Is there any type of roof or anything above your patio?
No, there's no roof. Just a fence.
So you're outside, and defense counsel asked you a question about it was pound, 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 and it didn't sound like it let me in, but you testified you didn't hear any specific words, correct?
And none of them.
You couldn't make out any words that were said?
No.
So any idea of what might have been said would be purely guessing on your part?
Absolutely.
Pure speculation on your part?
Yes.
And you called 911 in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you only called 911 after you heard the loud sound, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you believe that loud sound to be a gunshot?
Yes, I know what it sounds like.
Okay, and it was only after you heard the gunshot that you called 911?
Right.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
She excused? Ma'am, you're excused with our thanks. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be done for today. I remind you to put your down. I also remind you that, the case is not over, so you can't be.
Okay. Well, alrighty. Y'all know we have to go over notes, but first, hold up. Let's see what we got. What can I throw at y'all today? Here we go.
Sometimes when I find myself in certain situations, I have to say to myself, Linda, don't be crazy. But my name's not Linda, so I'm going to get on that crazy train today. Choo choo, choo choo.
Choo choo. I'm on that crazy train, y'all. I ride that crazy train. Almost daily I'm on that crazy train. Boy, we got some notes today. I don't even know. Man, I got notes today. Day 2. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Cindy. Choo choo. We're going to remove our banner. All right. So our notes for today, they're a little off rail because y'all know me. I got opinions, I got words, and sometimes they're not nice. So our first one today was Shane Nerford. And she was the ME that did the autopsy. And they showed photos, which we didn't see, but they showed the jury photos of the x-rays where the projectile was still within her body. They also said she was 35 years old, 5'7" and 293 pounds, which, hey, it's a good sized woman. I wouldn't screw with her. And then I made a note about an artery from the kidney up here in the very top. And see, I told y'all squirreled me on that one. She had an injury to her right hand. It was superficial, though. Nobody could say where it came from. As far as the wound, there was an entrance on the right chest. There was no exit wound. There was no no soot. My words. And they did recover the projectile, and she had a negative tox screen, so she had nothing in her system. Then we had Jamie Williamson, who's testified over 20 times, and she is the one that testified the Remington to match up the Full Metal Jackets, the ammunition that was used, and she made sure that it came from that guy. Then we had Ryan Stith, which we could never get his name right. He was the detective that got the iPhone and went through it. He was the one with the interrogation video. That she had lived there for 3 years. She purchased the gun following a prior argument with AJ. She did have an argument with him. And here, let me do my thing. Y'all got to remind me because this is something new I started doing. All right, here we go. There's links. So if anybody wants to come up and chit chat, it's there. AJ was pounding on the door saying, "I'm going to kill you. You can't talk to my sons that way." And she was talking to the store, and Susan said she got scared. She called 911. She was telling them about the trespassing sign and that she kept telling AJ to stop. And then I made a note that she doesn't know how to use her cams, but later found out through somebody else's testimony that it's because it was in the window and it was getting a reflection back that it wouldn't record night vision. The Remington 380 was used. The 22 Ruger was the other one. And then I wrote down too that when she shot through the door, she said, ow. I said, oh shit, I shot her. That's what she said during the interrogation. Was it a boiling point? She said no when she was asked if it was a boiling point. And then the cop said, is this the first time you've not used it on a paper target? And they asked her, was she aiming for the door? And she said she just picked up her gun and fired it. The officer said that someone lost their life last night, and the first thing she came back with was, well, I was in fear for my life. Ma'am, that's not the way we... She felt she was in imminent danger, that someone coming at you, and she was so close to danger that's why she was scared. And that she threw the skate at the kids, and she had the umbrella, but she wasn't poking them with the umbrella because she thought it was going to rain. She thought there was precip outside. She kept saying precip. She didn't remember where she put the phone, but she grabbed her weapon. She didn't remember where she put her phone, but she knew where the weapons was. So she used that, and then she went back and got her phone to call 911 after she used the weapon. Then we went in and we reviewed some videos. Reviews videos on Susan's phone. Turns TV. Oh, they were reviewing videos. I got to read through my notes because sometimes I can't read what I wrote. They were reviewing video on Susan's phones, and she turned the TV up to 75 to drown out the kids playing when she was doing all the videos of the kids playing. She wants to turn the TV up 75 to drown out the kids. Doesn't work that way. She felt it was not safe to go back. The officers told her it was not safe to go back to her house. She had 2 cats in a truck there. She called the kids racial slurs. And AJ never brandished any type of weapon, but she did throw signs. And those are yard signs that she threw, not gang signs. So don't get it twisted. She planned on taking a concealed carry class or a class to be able to carry her firearm legally. But she looked into videos and went to the practice range and stuff like that. She knew she was at the door, so she just shot at the door, which bothered me because all I could think of is what if there was kids with her? What if there was a kid standing there at the door with her and she got the kid instead of the mom? It doesn't matter. It's still taking a life. But still, I mean, kid said that she said the F words and the B words. And when they asked about the iPad, she said she had no knowledge about an iPad that AJ was asking about. And that AJ was just saying to come outside and talk. And the son, she said, now Susan said that the son said, you're going to get killed tonight. I wrote a big old B. I know y'all can't see it because of my look. BS. I don't believe that. I do not believe that one of the children told Susan, you're going to get killed tonight. That's a bullshit story. In my mind, my opinion, this is my channel, my opinions. This is my review. I think that's bullshit. I don't think Susan can claim that all she wants, but I don't believe her. And then we learned about a drug called Belbuca. It's for pain relief, and it's a film that's placed inside your cheek. So anyways, 10 minutes after the 911, the banging started, but that was her time frame. It was shorter. Said she'd never been broken into. And then she took videos of the skate. She took videos of the screaming kids. And that AJ wanted to discuss why she was banging on the door because she wanted to discuss her son. She kept using the word reasonable and prudent. She said she got that from watching TVs and crime shows. and that she was Facebook scrolling and was learning about self-defense and lawyer videos through her Facebook scrolling. And that's where she had seen some Stand Your Ground stuff a few years back, was through some of her scrolling. And let's see, at 8:45 p.m., she called in the center, the 911 center. And then it was 8:59 when she hung up because officers were on their way. And then the second 911 call was at 9:01, which is actually only 2 minutes after her hang up with the communication center. So, yeah, it wasn't that long. And then we went on to Jesse Newbanks. He was number 20. He was the Cellbrite. And that's where we learned about the cam behind the class on the slide glass door, that's why it wasn't recording night vision. And let's see, I wrote about the extracted videos. I had written down all the times and what she was doing. And then the state arrested. And when we went over to the defense only had one so far, and that was Rose Smith, which she was a neighbor who lived down the street. She says a football field away, which is quite a distance. So I'm kind of impressed that she heard all of this a football field away. Again, my opinion, I have doubt. I have very big doubt that she could hear a football field away, somebody banging on the door and screaming. And then, of course, she probably could hear a gunshot. She probably can hear a weapon going off. But all the banging and hollering, maybe it was a clear night. She was inside her patio, she said. So I have a lot of questions about that. But they went through her and said that it sounded like a cop knock because it was very loud. And she heard the woman screaming words. She couldn't make out what words, but they were words. That's what I got out of today. So, again, these poor children have a lifetime that they have to live with this. My heart goes out to them. My heart goes out to them. So, tomorrow we will be back. We will watch day 3. And I think day 4 is just closing arguments. So we may roll that into tomorrow. If it's not that long, I'm gonna have to look at the time frame and stuff because you know me, I have nothing to do in the evening. I have to go take care of the babies and feed mom. The dogs are in their kennel right now being quiet, so I'm having a few moments of peace. So with that, I will be back tomorrow. I want you all to have a great rest of your evenings. Go outside, watch the stars, look at the moon. It is nighttime. It's beautiful out there. With that, I want you all to have a great rest of your evening, and I'm so glad y'all were here today. Y'all have a great night. Peace. Rubber out.
Life's a ride on a rickety